can we use not to have any kind of fake information and to lead AI to the right path, to have a well-informed society. Thank you, Sebastian. Thank you, all my colleagues. I think Michelle already brought up the key topic, and the key topic is this debate. This debate have no sense if democracy is not respected, if the principles, the values, the laws are not respected here. We are just jumping into the cliff. I remember Ramiro is a beat director in Brazil, and with the CAF back then we used to have like this friendly competition who was loaning more money to the Brazilian government. I sat down with Mayra Paz once, the director delegate of CAF, and I told Mayra, this makes no sense. What matters is the quality of what we're doing. And then that climate change, that variable and green variable started to be included in the infrastructure projects. Why am I bringing this up? This morning someone talks about connecting wires. Connecting wires is important. It has to do with infrastructure, but we need to connect principles, values, good principles of democracy. And I think those accountable principles. Power is a service. Power is not a privilege. Power needs to have control. Obviously, we're not gonna fall into the trap. And Karim brought it up, mentioned it. That bureaucracy, all the legal framework of bureaucracy. Shakespeare said once, you have to kill lawyers if you want to survive. I used to be one of them, but now I am a different person when I went to the international corporation, and now I'm in the private sector. It's not about like to put all these in a regulatory confusing framework, but go to the basis, and the basis is the United Nations principles. Michelle mentioned it, and the basis is those elements that made up globality and multilateralism after World War II, and the rights of the citizen. Those are the borders. Those are the limits technology and digitalization must have. Michelle mentioned it. We have an advancement. We need to discuss authoritarianism. Indeed, a couple of years ago, we talked about a book, the importance of policy for development and the public policies. All these have sense as we know what's going on with democracy and policies, and all this lead us to talk about fragmentation, polarization. We're talking about extremism, fundamentalism that are channeled through these digital infrastructures that need to have limits. What's profitable now, probably it's hard to say, is not the rigorosity or professionalism or quality journalism. No, the fake news. The fake news what's profitable. Why? Because it has no limits. There's no sanctions, no penalties. So three key elements we need to bring up here for a communication media platform like ours. Fake news must be addressed. Fake information. I'm going to say this with a lot of respect, because we are facing here January 2025, the leaders of the technological companies with the president of the United States. There's something like a deployment of the technology chiefs, but technology today is the first power. And as a power, it requires some kind of limit, and that necessarily lead us to ask when we talk about 5G networks, AI. We need to ask ourselves, how can a government or a society recover the control regarding rights and freedom of people, and freedom of children, stopping calumnia, for instance, and it's part of the policy exercise, because fake news are manufactured in the same state. Our leaders are the ones that are using digital tools to insult and to make fake news against people, and the public debate finished. The debate was 130 characters. Now the conversation is broken. You know what the algorithm society is? Your convictions are enhanced, or the troller, the to make radical speech, and that's the big business of the social networks. And lastly, to finish and give floor to the next presentation, what's journalism doing? Journalism, quality journalism, is the one that's fighting this back. Why? Because the venom, the poison, is probably to get something through, and that provides credibility to the fake news, and that honest journalism is valued, and one of the owners of the press that's important, because democracy needs more press freedom than press from needing democracy. And I'm saying this because some regimes that are not democratic, the one that's defending or standing up, upholding for the truth, is thanks journalism, thanks press freedom. And something that was mentioned here is, what can we do to point at something? And then I go to the second presentation. Without digital education, I mean, we all believed in pandemic that if we connected in Zoom platforms or Meet, in all these with all these tools that we were digitalizing, or what a leap we took when we were using these tools without any training, without possibilities to teach children what's true, what's not true. You are receiving the WhatsApps, you are confused because you don't know if what you're doing is or not the reality. Now for that you need digital education, digital training, and we need an effort of the private company, we need an effort of the civil society. Judges are making decisions, and with this, I'm not going to say that's only the justice branch, that the one that has to regulate all this, but if this vulnerability of rights, judges must act. And lastly, those leadership should start with the new generations. We are a generation that got into the digitalization, jumping into the darkness without knowing what we were facing. But as someone mentioned it, give 11 years old a mobile phone without any limit is just to put him in the red zone of any city at 11 o'clock in the evening, because there's no control. Unfortunately, the discussion is getting over. And I finish saying this, Sebastian, I think that's why Europe is the great partner for Latin America in this debate, and later on I'll say why. Thank you, Mr. Fernando. Such a comprehensive explanation, and why it is important to have in mind the institutions to the importance of digital transformation, quality of journalism. And later on, we're going to talk about how the Union, the European community, we can support us. Before getting into these discussions, I'm going to refer to this deployment and how Nokia and Celedonium are having a key role in Latin America for precisely promote the Nokia deployment, who's a worldwide leader in the 5G network deployment. How can we guarantee that this digital transformation to make it inclusive, resilient, leveraging this deployment, and due to the experience Nokia has, what kind of opportunities you see, but also challenges we're going to be facing regarding these 5G network deployment? Thank you, Sebastian. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, the different speakers here. A special appreciation and thanks. In this case, the and European Union and all of you giving us this opportunity, and Nokia in general, where the phones, and we're not manufacturing phones anymore. We are now manufacturing networks. My focus will be networks. It's providing hundreds of opportunities for many people, but headaches to others. And if we see and we refer to digital quality, digital infrastructure, what we are seeing is that everything is digital. Everything is moving forward through the digital world. If we go to the digital evolution, we're turning phone calls from fixed to mobile, data from fixed to mobile. And what we're aiming at nowadays is to combine with the second generation the human world with the physical world and the digital world. Not only we are aiming and connecting people,
but also to connecting. When we speak about the fifth generation, is the fifth generation for us humans, but the first generation of things. And the purpose is not only to connect 8 billion people in the world, but today we're around 6 billion, 50 million, 100 million or more devices around the world. For everything to be connected, for everything to be interconnected, and with this great impact in the world of production, given that it makes all these processes more efficient, more productive, and safer, definitely, for companies as for people who work with them. And this is not only through the public networks, but all the typical networks of the telecommunication operators, but also the use of the companies in their private networks, even through governments in their private networks. So it is a great opportunity for the state to provide services of high quality in the education world, in the health world, in the public safety world, and it is also really important to begin to surpass the digital gap, which is a problem, and it is a problem that we have around the world, but in Latin America as well. We could have two different gaps. Those who do not want to be connected or against them, but it's very difficult. But there's some other ones that do want to be connected, but the connectivity is not there. And if they receive it, it's really bad and they can't do anything about it. So if we think that the connectivity should minimally help us make all our fiscal systems without any inconvenience of whatever you are with the device, whatever device you may have, this should be the speed or the minimum capability. So once we begin to see the evolution, what we're seeking is to be working with a greater capability, less latence, and this is immediate responses and fundamentally a greater densification. And to make the public networks and the private networks critical or important emission network, ones that do not crash, these are the great opportunities that we are having. So which are the challenges? All this is feasible thanks to the networks, and the networks cost money. These are important investments, and if you think that we had a third generation, we have passed to the fourth one, the same operator that had invested in the third one will invest in the fourth one, and then in the fifth one, and then if they invest in the sixth generation, and this will be this subsequently. So we all have new devices as well that we are demanding a response to the altitude of all the expectations that we have. And now these are very powerful investments, and which is the reality. The challenges that we have in the region, an investment gap. This is a certain economic volatility in some countries that affect the decision, the last or the final decision making in the world, and how we decide to invest with the scarceness of public money. We cannot have access to the market to be able to fund the expansion of the networks. And we have a regulatory framework that has already been announced by Karim, which is already a problem sometimes. And for some moments, it's not even updated. They have kept very old technology, and they make the whole process an extremely expensive process. When we're speaking about an essential service for people, we would have to become less guided to taxes and more guided towards the provision of the service or the rendering of the service. Now, this is the great purpose of the networks, with the digital networks, the sustainability in the standpoint of not only the companies but the human beings. There's a phrase that we normally say in the company, which is, don't bring without digital. The digital world can contribute meaningfully and approach the change in a better way through, in this case, is already mentioned by Karim, through the use of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence has a great diversity of applications. The telecommunication networks help us a lot in the management of these networks, in the control and the management of all the resources that are binded to networks, to approach the problems with the networks, and also the consumption of energy. Nowadays, devices are within 40%, 50% of a less consumption from prior years, and this is the reason they were offering 3, 4, 5 times the capabilities that they had before. And this way, we're going to continue in measures that we are able to invest in the digital world. Well, we're going to be contributing to approach the climate change in a better way. Thank you very much, Senator Luis. It plays an important role. The one that Nokia has with this deployment, we can say we have a human safety thanks to this deployment for it to be of high quality, and where, well, we will come back to something that was already mentioned by Fernando, the politics matter through the macro, or the regulatory frameworks and the scarceness of public funds that makes this public policy to be placed in the center. Now, I would like to delve deeper with the relationships among Latin America, the Caribbean, and the European Union. And precisely in this entrepreneur forum, we have a fundamental role that the European Commission and IDB, the CAF, have been carrying out to drive this this inclusive digitization, and we can see some interesting experiences that is being made by the European Commission, by the IDB, by the CAF. What else can we do? Considering some values and some principles that are characterizing us in Latin America as in the European Union. So I would like to begin precisely with a starting point, which is the cooperation among the European Union and Latin America to guarantee the quality of information, precisely these democratic values that we have. And with no doubt, there's also an exchange of knowledge, dialogue, matter, that are the fundamental pillars for us to precisely have a relationship that is sustainable among the European Union and Latin America. So, Fernando, how do you see this cooperation among us in this sense? I believe it's crucial. I believe that it's because of the identity of objects is of both reasons. We always say that, and I was mentioned what we had the first, second summit in the EU and Latin America. I was over there in Paris, and we had to participate in this summit. We used to discuss which are the effective methodologies to fight poverty, and we had something that was called Euro Social, which is a program of hundreds of euros that helped us really. And the one that we added to the program was the justice as the factor of the fight against poverty, access to justice. And there we have justice enter the front door with the development matters, with the things that, with Ernesto, who was the IDB president, we started doing these things and started giving importance to the justice, the constitutional role, the control to the abuse of power, and the rights of people, and everything that makes part today of something that we now began to see with as it seemed, like I tell you, it seemed that in this moment democracy was a negotiable good. So I believe that these principles and these values that
con un concepto que acuñamos
something to do with the concept that we have. There's the concept of democratic sustainability, those respects of this principle and the institutions now with so many authority, left-wing and right-wing organizations that we have in Latin America and the world. We have to come back on those things that we were called the democratic capsule in Europe, and it means that we can have development process if we did not respect the principles and the values of democracy. And then in Latin America with the PNUD, and you already know that the great report on democracy that was headed by Ms. Caputo, who's Argentinian, which was a tremendous benchmark of why democracy was important for development. And I am saying this because from now on, with the means, well, we must create awareness with them and say that this is a wonderful thing, but this can go on a good path or the wrong path. And what we must do is straighten it to the right path. And the good path, I would insist this of judicial safety, which Karim was mentioning. This is not only rules for the investor, this is also to respect the Constitution and to guarantee some rights and some free liberty for people. So we're ending with the press and the freedom of speech, and if we are attacking people's honor in a different way, this is not justice safety. So the second thing that Sebastian was asking was the verification tools, which we already have in some means. We have, for example, in Madrid, we have verification, which is the collaboration and that the voice that is appearing in a recording is the authentic voice. And this is a mechanism of artificial intelligence where we show that artificial intelligence in the democracy service is also going to give us very good results. And this is the reason I insist that I am not trying to demonize the technological advances, but to have them looked at if you respect that these principles and the values which has given us the rights within these international organisms and the multilateralism. So I believe that here the digital education programs at school within the educational pensum we should already entered. And there's two things that are binding, like mental health. You know that we are in an epidemic. After the pandemic, we have mental health one. In some cases, has not been generated by the role that was played by the non-limited technology, especially with kids and adults. There's a whole study at an international level. And lastly, who are, well, always the theoretical ones from the democracy always ask themselves, who's going to custody the one who has the custody? So here in Colombia, we say, who's going to put the rattlesnake to the snake? So there are several things. And it's not only because I work in a communication area, but that journalism that has been carried out professionally, that can oversee, and this makes part of it in this organized society facing what's going to happen in the elections, which here I'm just giving you an idea of what this means. And in some cases, in some countries, they always say, oh, you know what, let's not carry out any elections. That's artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is already sitting or laying in the government council in some municipalities, doing the decision making. We always ask, is this right, or is there another way of giving some margin to human intelligence so we can value in such moment, apart from being efficient, and we must have considerations of values, equality, or ethical ones. Ethical ones, which I will always insist in this. Ethic is not a religious concept. That's what people ordinarily think. Ethic is basically under the consideration of human life in the limits among any society. So I believe that this of us looking to bring back equilibrium, power, and things that are lacking right now in digitalization. There's many digital highways in the world that's going to take us once again to create a conversation where the conscience, value, and dialogue among people could be a democratic exercise guarantee. Thank you very much, Fernando, and I would like to insist in the importance of us considering everything that has to do with the artificial intelligence in the service of democracy and how to make use of it. And very good example, Prisa, which I hope is we're able to apply in different Latin American countries. It's also cooperate with this press in the world now entering the global gateway agenda. Michelle, how do you precisely see PNUD but other role players, which could be the IDB, the CAF, to finally contribute to this inclusive digitalization? And once again, coming back to artificial intelligence, for it to be a democratic value and for us to try to take advantage of this so we can close the gaps in inclusion. So how is it that you can collaborate in this gateway global agenda and the opportunities that this agenda will offer to Latin America. This is an initiative that, of course, in our Latin American report in the Leon, we congratulate it, and we see the opportunities every year with the concrete or established examples. Thank you very much once again, Sebastian. Please allow me to build on this eloquent and extraordinary lecture that Fernando just spoke, and it's something to emphasize in what you said in your intervention. Today, we're not speaking about connectivity or digital things. This conversation is on democracy, and it's a conversation on development, and it is a conversation on the future in a region. And I believe that it is important to clarify this, because when we include democracy and the math, I believe that its ponderation or its weight is on the clearness that we have with Europe and Latin America in a sole way, only because we emphasize something that is important. And Latin America and the Caribbean is the first most democratic region in the world. Among the developed places that are under development, is the only region that right now the European Union can only relate from this shared value. And as has been said today in the summit by different heads of state, this is not only a natural link or bind, but this has something to do with the shared interest and willingness to be able to go forward in this. And the great report that we have on democracy and development of 20 years ago, well, this was in 2004. In December, we would conclude with the following democracy development report for the next 20 years. And something that we are seeing is precisely what it has represented for the development and democracy, summing up to the other changes of context in the last 20 years. And I'm talking about the reports clarifying that these are not only documents for entertainment lecture. This report, which we were referring to before, went from being a view, a paradigm change that is normally is in the region, to become mandates of the member states. The following regional program for Latin America and the Caribbean in PNUD that has been approved by the member states in the executive meeting in the United Nations in the month of August, adopts it based on this view of resilience building. And we always bring it up because a third of these state members are among Europe and Latin America and the Caribbean. So I believe that it is a document that is giving us a solid conceptual framework based in the public policy world, so we can collaborate on very established, straightforward tools, things that we have collaborated with OECD and the measurement of poverty, and has a digital poverty report as well, to be able to focalize where these interventions in infrastructure matters, but also in the development of capability matters, which should be accentuated, and to have a strong focus in the affordableness, so this can be inclusive. So additional to this, in the recent financial conference for the development celebrated in Sevilla, carried out by Spain, we had a facility which we already collaborated with CONCAF and the IDB to fund and to be able to cover all those needs towards this resilient human development that is strongly happening because of digital connectivity as one of those core elements. And this is a tool that connects really well with Global Gateway. It connects really well with the investment hub of the Global Gateway to be able to direct these investments. And building on what Fernando was already saying, I totally agree with him. There are some enormous challenges that we must look at, but the region is showing a very strong interest in advancing. We are present in 42 countries and territories in Latin America and the Caribbean. And this month we're accompanying 24 countries in the region that are already using artificial intelligence to be able to improve their efficiency, transparency of their public services, for example. But also in the justice matter, 20 countries in the region are using technologies to be able to digitize, but also artificial intelligence to be able to give so they can speed up their answers in regards to the justice matters. So this seed in this, when we speak about dialogue, the opportunities that we have today under the light of new technologies to have participative process that can renew this shared view with the states in social contracts to be able to go forward with a new development model. We can say we never had this. We had an experience in Panama with a digital platform that did not incorporate artificial intelligence, and we're working on how to incorporate it, because one of the challenges of dialogue process is how can we systemize and land and in an implementable way so we can do the best decision making in this moment. So I can continue with many other examples, but perhaps one of the most established and that we have with a global gateway is here in Colombia. We're beginning with digital payment networks with a penetration level that was incredible here in the country, that is binded to the public services, and it is one of those investments by Global Gateway. I will wrap up, Sebastian, by saying that in the moment of high polarization in a region where integration continues to be a pending task, the focus is not to be in agreement with everything, is to see which are the minimum common points. And I believe that connectivity matter not only in the matters of energy, but in the matters of new technologies, of digital public structures, and it's perhaps one of those elements that can help us find this common point. Is an agenda point when the conversation that presidents are having nowadays, and I believe is the one that we must be able to accompany from the cooperation with those technical capabilities and the collaboration with the private sector, having people in the center, involving these communities in part of this process. Thank you very much for mentioning this point, but also to give concrete examples on how we can collaborate with this Global Gateway initiative. And you were talking about the KPIs in the digital part where we need a higher deployment, and here is where I would precisely like to know what role can these partnerships play from the European Union and Latin America so we can foster this deployment. Among Latin America and Europe, I was seeing this in the framework of all these summits. They have done a very good job. We have found the European Union and Latin American Caribbean digital partnership that on the European side is being managed fantastically by Fernando Shore. The great advantage in the European world is that we have a essential role play, which is the European Union. On the side of Latin America, we have all those Latin American countries, which on the Latin American side, we have some countries that, depending on the matters, they assume an engagement at the regional level, working with the European Union. Among these partnerships, which we have partnership of a high political level, dialogue where all the governments and other administrations are partaking. We are treating those topics that are around inclusion, connectivity, artificial intelligence, and government. And then we have the governance, which think that if you begin to think about that everything's going to be circulating around the networks, is essential. And cybersecurity, together with this, the great initiative of the European Union, which is helping the region a lot, is a global gateway. Because at the end of the day, everything that is being needed by the region to be able to accompany this evolution and for all their habitants to be able to begin to have the ownership of this technology, not only by having access, but also by having the ownership and taking advantage of the same through funding. So one way or another, the European Union, through the European Investment Bank and by all those European Union member countries with the different financial organizations, are beginning to have a meaningful collaboration process to be able to expand connectivity, to go forward with the social inclusion, and once again, for all the Latin Americans, one way or another, to be able to acquiring these great tools in this high political level. We are participating as the private sector, the civil society. We have the academic world participating, and we continue to be quite governmental, but there is some intervention and participation by our side. So what it is very important is all this European Union initiative. We do not have to just have this signed where other member states are doing, but also the European ones. Now, these European countries, or I'm sorry, companies must also accompany these endeavors and all these European Union endeavors and working with the Latin American governments. Now, to wrap up a very important topic, apart from the funding, 2 points, which is one around the connectivity projects and inclusion projects. We are now in Belém with the COP30, announcing a project which we have the European Union support, which is the connectivity in the Amazons with those communities that are totally disconnected, but not only to give them the connectivity through this, but also to accompany it with education and matters, with health matters, and also marketplace to help them with everything that is being produced in this place can go forward with the trade of their products. In second, most important point for us in this whole conversation with the European Union is for the European Union to have this the 5 toolbox available for these countries in Latin America, something that they did thinking about the social, the mobile networks, and now that is being extended to the whole telecommunication infrastructure in the way that we can work on safety and cybersecurity of all these networks and how we are able to manage this environment that is going to be safe and tranquil. Because the way we're making use of the networks, others are also making use of the networks, but with different purposes that can be wrongful. So thank you very much for remembering us with all this that's behind the use of these networks and the experiences that we can have among Europe and the Latin America, and the concrete cooperations that you're already doing in the region. Now to wrap up, Karim, how can we attract greater European investment in Latin America? You have an important role in the region, and you know really well how to navigate the situations that we currently have, and which with no hesitation, how we can generate these ecosystems where we're able to have a very important collaboration among the European Union, Latin America, and with strategical collaboration so as digital ecosystems can be carried out here. So for this, we must have investment, and European Union as, how do you see this? Well, I would like to put this point on the table, and something that has not been talked about. I believe that when we speak about collaboration, it is also very important to see the state of the development markets. Now, to compare an apple with an apple. Why am I saying this? Many times we have heard that the social networks are underdeveloped in Latin America. Unfortunately, there's less deployment of 5G and etc. And there are many reasons for this. All right, socioeconomical reason. Secondly, because the government's delayed the liberty of this spectrum through 5G. And three, one of the main problems that we have in our region, and remember, our region is really different country by country. It is difficult to speak about Latin America. Each market is really different. And I will give you a very clear example. 5G phones are very rare in the region. And then it's difficult for an operator to develop something that you don't have. Why? Because we're not going to develop a market. We're going to need more time. So just to give you a number, in 2027, we believe that the 5G social network is going to have reach of 44% of the people in the region. Now, something that I would like to see something else. Today in Latin America, 93% of the population have access to digital connectivity through a mobile. Now, out of these, excuse me, you're going to say, Lucas, don't kill me. Now, only 65% of them are really using it. Now, the availability is 93% is being used by 65%. This is the most important number that we have. And why am I insisting on this point? Well, for me, the media approach that we can have with this collaboration is to see why we have this great difference, and we know it. The digital public services that do not exist. People do not see the digital market development. There are many reasons, and for me, and we have to focus on this because deliverable is immediately. And we need three things. One, We have seen already with those examples from Estonia in Europe, but in many other countries, like for example in Finland, it is a great example of digitalization, given that the digitalization of the public services is multiplying, and it also allows us to gain access in medicine where we pay more. This is an incredible project to allow people not to lose 2-3 days to be able to go and carry out their analysis or etc. Now, if we focus on projects that are very easy to implement, but then they're going to need investment, this can be, or that don't need investment, it can be a immediate exercise for those citizens in the region for me. Second point, and then I'm going to stop because we want to do something else. Something that I can't stop myself from talking to this. We have not touched upon this, is education. The future of our region is to make sure that the 660 million kids or children, it's a young region. We have the youngest region in the world, and I must be sure that the young people today or youth have the capabilities to enter the international market, to study the capabilities of the developing technology, not of tomorrow, but of today. Artificial intelligence is today, not tomorrow, and this must be an approach. And there's many governments that are looking at this, but there's another part where European collaboration and Latin American can have a wonderful effect. If not, we're going to continue to see a digital bridge. I'm sorry, a gap, and a gap that's been developing. It does not have to be easily closed when we see what we have in our hands, but to focus on those things that are very specific, that have immediate impact on the coverage or acceptance.
And with this, let me wrap up this session where we're going to invite you. We will launch the economic perspective report at 9 a.m. On the mezzanine floor, where we will be seeing the digital transformation as one of the productive transformation drivers. So that's a joint report that we have with SELAC, the European Union, and CAF. So welcome and thank you very much for all the interventions you made. We'll continue with the conversation. So thank you very much, Sebastian, and thank you very much to all the participants. So all the official photo, and actually you announce the report that we are going to launch tomorrow at 9 a.m. and 10:30. We are going to have a country platform event at 10:30 a.m. in the morning. So thank you very much, Sebastian, for leading this space, and applause for all of them. I'm from digital environments now, and let's talk about the fifth topic. So sustainable transportation and so here we have the next panel. So this is a talk on how the connectivity constitutes an essential pillar for sustainable development, regional integration, and competitiveness. For this session, we will have Mrs. Marta Blanca, Business Europe International Director, or the International Affairs Director. So we're fixing here our scenario and our stage. So Marta Blanco, please come to the stage. Angel Cárdenas, Infrastructure Manager for the development. So we will welcome them with a great round of applause. So with that, I can feel very happy of coming here. So we also have Miriam Ferramba, Deputy General Director of International Associations from the European Commission, Darwin Telemaque, CEO of Port of St. John's and President of the Associations of the Caribbean Port Operators, Jose Solorza, General Manager of the Company of the State Railroad sector, Juan Carlos Parra, General Manager of Quito's Subway Company, and Maria Fernanda Rojas, Vice Ministry of the Transport of Colombia. So we kindly ask you to that please, those that are in the door, we kindly ask you to take a seat, and those that are leaving, so please. Let's your attention to start this panel. So thank you very much, and all these teachers here. So thank you very much, and good afternoon. For me, it's a great honor to moderate this panel with all these wonderful speakers that we are going to meet today, and as we are going to listen to them. And now let me give you the name of the European in companies, the business union that's for the private sector that we have here in this board. So now let's gonna talk about the connectivity in this case, and this is not a digital connectivity, but this is the physical connectivity. And here we are going to start with a conversation that it's very likely that we're going to have be discussing some issues, but also for sustainable mobility, for resilient connectivity. So whenever we talk about connectivity, and I think that we have discussed in this, and some speakers have said that, and some of the people that have made their intervention. So connectivity is something that is essential for the sustainable development. This is something that will allow the regional integration, and is also fundamental for competitiveness. So after this, we're going to talk with representatives from the government and from the European Commission, and also from the multilateral organizations, and also from the public companies, both from the local and regional level. So it's important that we take into account that there are different administrations in charge of these projects. And as we have said in the different sessions, we are going to talk about transformative projects in relation to mobility. We are going to talk about collaboration opportunities and innovating financing mechanisms, and also concrete opportunities for the cooperation between the European Union, the Latin American, and the Caribbean region. So, if you agree, distinguished experts here, we'll start with a first round of questions. So first, we will talk to Miriam Ferrama from the European Commission. So we have talked a lot about Global Gateway Initiative, but we haven't heard the European Commission along these sessions talking about Global Gateway. So Miriam, I would like to ask you in this regard, so in terms of connectivity, the maritime connectivity, and also the railroad connectivity for trains and subways, can you please tell us something about this?
Sí. Buenas tardes a todas y todos.
So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for the questions. I'm honored, and I don't know if I will have to be scared of, because of being the first representative of the European Union of talking about that is talking about this topic. All right. So the part of this. I think that this part of this panel is precisely located as part of the out of the cycle of the global gateway strategy. First, we are here and we are developing this strategy for a very clear political view. The European Union wants to be more visible, but wants to be seen as a fundamental and reliable partner for the Latin American and the Caribbean region. And that's what we are discussing at the high-level political discussions that is happening this summit here in Santa Marta. And the panels for today of this forum wants to show this in a very concrete way, what actually means to be close partners. The Global Gateway strategy is a strategy that we call we call it as a sustainable connectivity strategy, and has 5 pillars. And first one, we are focused on sustainable transport. So that's why this panel is so fundamental in order to see what we actually talk about, what is the meaning of Global Gateway. So the European Union is a different offer from in different ways. Firstly, because we actually put on the table like a full, complete offer with all the tools that we have available. So we also talk about the Europe team, because we have an offer that actually covers all the European stakeholders. And I'm here in representation of the European Commission, and we have an European budget, but this is just a part of what we can do. We work together with the development banks, with the EIB that was mentioned many times in these sessions, but also we have European development banks, and we also include the private sector. And that's something that is a feature that is quite unique from Global Gateway. We want to put all these tools on the table in order to generate impact and be able to support the whole projects. So that's the second feature, is that we don't only have like unique investment, or for example an infrastructure such as a port, an airport, or a railway or subway line. We are actually trying to see the impact of that investment and its impact in the environment, governance, and of course mainly the local development and the creation of sustainable jobs and legal, formal jobs. And this impact of development or developing a project so that we want to actually support them. So how do we do this? We have something that we call in an internal way, we call it a 360 degrees approach, because we take a look on every impact of that investment. So first, what we can do in order to support a project that has a full impact, first we need to see the regulatory framework, and for that, from the European Union, we can start with a political dialogue with the authorities of a country, of a region. We also need to have finance, and then we can put grants, technical assistance whenever it's required, and also loans, or loans with bonuses. Then it has a lower interest rate, and we also ensure a private sector amounts. So we actually and that's precisely so that the project itself has enough finance and budget. And the most important, or the most characteristic feature of Global Gateway is that the impacts that we generate and that we want to support. First, we take a look on the governance standards, the environmental standards, and the social standards. And then we see what would be the necessary thing in order to have the corresponding impacts in terms of no harm and also employability goals. So then we define what is missing there. If we see, for example, that railroad line, we can see that yes, we want to put electricity on that, and for that we need access to energy. What type of energy? Renewable energy. Do we have the resources for the local production of green hydrogen? We can take a look on that. We want to have a sustainable transportation and an intelligent transportation system, and for that we need to digitalize all the whole infrastructure that surrounds the line. So we want to have a line that creates a social link, but that makes transportation safer. So we need to see the social systems that are surrounding or in the region. So this is the way how we see the infrastructure projects, and I think that this is the most unique features of the Global Gateway offer. Definitely, this is a differential offer of the European Union. So what are basically like the differences talking in a holistic approach? And for example, 5 years ago, that was something that we thought it was kind of impossible. And of course, we need to build this in collaboration with all the stakeholders that you mentioned. So thank you very much for Minister for all this hospitality and welcoming feeling for the people that are coming here to the Santa Marta. So from the government of Colombia, what are the type of projects and also the approach that is actually being given to this type of sustainable projects from your government? So good afternoon and thank you very much. And so it's quite important how the sustainable transportation opportunity is coordinated or prioritized as one of the main purposes for the country. So to this extent, infrastructure is not only seen as in a traditional way, like how can we connect like 2 points and how we can do this in the best way in terms of efficiency and other criteria, but we need to see how actually the transportation becomes as a driver for growth in the country. And in this, government has a very important seal, because we have two important goals in everything that we do, and we try to apply in every policy of the government in a cross-cutting way. So first, we need to see and make this country to be less unequitable, and this is very important because, for example, from the infrastructure point of view, so it actually poses a challenge to see the farthest areas that have been forgotten by the public investment and policies. So in that way, we can start moving on certain projects that are coherent with that proposal. They want to reach those farther areas with the center and connect these areas to the center of the country. We have different types of projects. We have community paths for the total peace, and with that we can have a better accessibility for those areas affected by the armed conflict, and also we have the coordination in terms of intermodality, and this actually allows us to coordinate all the railroad system, which is not minor, and this is actually a point that is being very important in this point, but also this is coordinated too with the different highways, ports and airports. For that, we also have an intermodality transportation system that is part of the fact that is actually developed by different modes. We are very interested to have a better coordination and articulation. Like, for example, for ports and airports, we're actually investing huge amounts, not only in terms of the regional interconnectivity, but also understanding that from the regions we can actually communicate or connect to the world. So we have big investments in this area, and Angel from CAV will tell us the strategic alliances that we have with the Pacific coastline and with the Tolu airport in order to make it international. So in that way, we can open opportunities from abroad in order to make visible the beauty of the Morrosquillo Gulf, the addition of the runway of the Santa Marta's airport. And in that way, I can mention like endless number of projects, not only from the from the port or airport point of view, the railroad reactivation that on which we are very interested to connect the center of the country with the two oceans, because Colombia has a very privileged position in the globe. Our president said yesterday that we are not only the center of America, but we are the heart of the world. But actually with the meaning of being in Sierra Nevada here, but this is all the potential that we have to connect all these further areas with the center of the country and the rest of the world. We think is quite strategic. Another priority, and this is something that is related to the objectives from the transportation sector, we have been able to promote is sustainable mobility, because for us it's a priority, the adaptation to the climate change, that infrastructure should also see or be part of the solution. So this is something that is very important, and it's also very important to see how from our infrastructures we can actually contribute to the risk management, and specifically in the process of the climate change adaptation. And for that we have been doing some important actions, like for example the implementation of green infrastructure, railroad infrastructure guidelines, and the coordination with the environmental sector, with the Ministry of Environment, and also with the National Environmental Licenses Agency. In that way we can see the infrastructure as an opportunity for the ecosystem, and that actually shows a before and after in the way that the infrastructure was developed in the country. I know that we don't have enough time, but with respect to the things that we are living together or in parallel with COP30, I wanted to mention the sustainable mobility in the Amazon, where we have a program and a plan that is quite important for technology, actually to leave the fossil fuels and from moving from that to the clean energies for river transportation, not only for the Amazon but also for the entire river transportation, with our main connector, let's say, which is the Magdalena River. So this is just to mention very briefly that we are moving and working in the different areas of transportation in a coordinated way with an intermodality approach, but everything related to the social welfare, because it's quite important, the coordination and the insertion of the infrastructure with the territorial environment, but also considering the objectives of the climate adaptation and regional connectivity. Thank you. I see there's an impact definitely on the population, and we see that definitely the idea is to see these projects not as a destination as such, but actually a project that can have a better and higher impact. Bueno, voy entonces a moverme en inglés porque precisamente me gustaría preguntarle a Darwin, porque esta mañana nosotros aprendíamos de la importancia de los puertos, el puerto como el de Santa Marta, y nos contaba que precisamente era un puerto bastante estratégico en la región. Ahora precisamente es el tiempo de dedicar nuestra atención para esta infraestructura tan estratégica. En este caso, Darwin, me gustaría saber cómo son los puertos o cómo estos se están preparando con respecto a los objetivos de decarbonización del transporte marítimo. También nos había mencionado esto de la descarbonización en Global Gateway. Bueno, muchas gracias. Bueno, buenas tardes. Y creería que nosotros vamos a estar hablando precisamente de la parte más importante en términos de infraestructura. En muchos países especialmente para las islas. Los puertos son realmente, pues, es el acceso más importante que tenemos. Y también escuchaba precisamente la vicepresidenta, ministra, hablando sobre todas las diferentes modalidades, pero por ejemplo, si un buque o un barco no viene, lo que pasa es que no tiene que tampoco ser tan pequeño porque no puede tampoco tener contenedores. Pero ya hablando de los factores de sostenibilidad, tiene que haber, como habíamos hablado ya, la Unión Europea tiene un interés en este tipo de energías limpias. Vemos también cuál es el estatus de los puertos y empecemos entonces hablando de que hay una discusión sobre los barcos y los puertos. Entonces, a medida que empezamos a hablar precisamente del sistema de envíos, teniendo en cuenta que realmente no hay una regulación sobre los puertos y solamente se enfocan en los envíos. Entonces, lo que pasa es que como se enfoca tanto en los envíos y realmente no hay como ese trabajo, si el envío se hace a través de puertos, entonces después dicen, bueno, miremos los puertos. Pero vemos entonces que son cosas que tenemos que tener en cuenta a medida que nosotros empezamos a intercambiar o cambiar la metodología y los sistemas que gobiernan lo que hacen los puertos. Es precisamente una pregunta de sostenibilidad, porque muchas veces nosotros pensamos que somos una civilización y que hemos tenido tanta tecnología de educación, pero también nosotros vemos que la idea es que bajen los precios. Lo que pasa es que parece que todo se encarece y una de las cosas que tenemos que hacer a medida que nosotros hacemos esta transición en los puertos es que no tenemos que hacer que la vida sea mucho más difícil para los ciudadanos que utilicen y se benefician de los puertos. Estamos muy emocionados y vamos a considerar los puertos dentro de la discusión y nosotros esperamos que cuando haya ese marco para poder recibir ese tipo de apoyo, de ese marco en la transición de esos puertos, precisamente en la mayoría de nuestros puertos, que hay puertos privados en Colombia, en Panamá y en otro par de países, y también Caicedo en Santo Domingo. De hecho, hay puertos privados en Kingston, pero la mayoría de los puertos privados son propietarios de los gobiernos. Y vemos que no están tan avanzados como los puertos privados, porque hay diferentes expectativas y razones detrás de eso. No obstante, los gobiernos que tienen puertos saben de la existencia de las personas. Entonces, ¿por qué no tener un rol que no esté más hacia el lado del sector privado, sino es que es más importante que los países realmente no solamente tengan su confianza en un solo puerto? Yo creo que esa es precisamente la confianza que tenemos que tener, y precisamente yo como asociado de la cooperación de los operadores de puertos en el Caribe, nosotros encontramos socios como la Unión Europea y otros que no están acá, que nos pueden ayudar a los puertos regionales a hacer ese avance en los objetivos. Y hay otra cosa que también me gustaría mencionar en esta discusión, es que los cruceros de nuestros puertos son también cruciales para nosotros, en Colombia también, independientemente de los barcos que tengan. También hay muchos de esos barcos que van a Miami y a otros puertos. Entonces, teniendo esto claro, yo sé que esto aplica para Chile, para Costa Rica y para toda la región de Sudamérica. Nosotros, la idea es que podamos apoyar también en la industria de cruceros. Por ejemplo, digamos en el caso de Santa Marta, esa área representa el 40-50 de los cruceros en el mundo. Y también ese negocio está bajo una amenaza porque también están luchando con el tema de la descarbonización. Y también eso está dentro de la discusión. Si nosotros tenemos esto de una forma tan significativa y lo vemos como una amenaza al negocio mundial, eso tiene que responder a las necesidades. Cuando este proceso de descarbonización empezó, los cruceros veíamos que tenían que moverse hacia una energía que realmente de pronto el sector no podría estar contento con este tipo de energía. Entonces, en ese momento nos damos cuenta que cierto tipo de combustibles no era tan buenos. También tiene que hacerse una investigación significativa de recogida de datos para que se pueda mirar de qué manera podemos cambiar del estatus actual, que tenemos un 100% de dependencia en combustibles fósiles, hacia otro tipo de alternativas y también de una forma que pueda sostener a nuestros ciudadanos. Si nosotros tenemos que pensar de forma crítica, si este sector de los cruceros representa tanta oportunidad a nivel global, tenemos que mirar esa oportunidad en el Caribe para nuestros negocios, para que podamos hacer ese apoyo a la transición en la región del Caribe, teniendo en cuenta que la posición que nosotros tenemos como socios y en el Caribe, nosotros tenemos la capacidad de levantar esta sostenibilidad de estas áreas y esas islas tan pequeñas. También con eso nuestros socios pueden ayudarnos a facilitar esa parte. Y yo creo que en la próxima podría hablar del estatus de estas islas en más detalle. Muchas gracias.
Interesting.
Gracias por esa gran explicación integral. Now we're going to talk about the railroad sector. And from Chile, what is the bet that you're seeing in the railroad system as a sustainable transport? I would like to know, in this case, we're going to talk about the word that has not been mentioned. What are the challenges for financiation for a company that you represent has the expansion in the vision of these railroad projects in your country? Thank you for the invitation to participate in this panel and sharing this afternoon with such important panelists. In that sense, I want to mention that currently we are in a railroad expansion process in a short term from here to 2030, 2031, of $5.5 million in million of works in railroad systems. If we extend to 2035, 2040, would be $10 million. $5.5 million that I've mentioned, $4 million are being executed, that are even allocated to international companies. Therefore, part of what we are doing right now, where is the challenge? The challenge is in two arenas. One, as many railroad companies worldwide, we divide the analysis and the financial system in CAPEX and OPEX. In the OPEX scenario, historically, it has had a development with a negative operational profit and with a certain trend to be stable. There's a negative operational balance that is somehow controlled. But 15, 20 years ago, around 2007, there's a state policy to control not just the negative EBIT, but to take it or try to get it to zero. That's how we get to CAPEX. And the investments that are happening currently, the objective is to take the OPEX to the positive side. And in that sense, we're actually going to three objectives. Would be to be able to have positive capital. To be able to do this, we have defined a project portfolio, $5.5 billion, to essentially, it's an approximate number that is transporting 65,000 of passengers, and from those $5.5 million are being invested in a project that contributes 80% of passengers. So we are calculating that in 2028, early 2028. That amount of passengers will be contributed in 2031 to have that additional amount. So in 2033, we will have a positive profit, and that would be wonderful. How are we going to do it? That is where we talk about the finance issue. Right now, this time that we are living, it's historical. Of more than the 40 years of the company. A similar time was at the beginning of the 19th century, the Almaceda president term, where there was an investment of this amount with a big difference. In that time, the presidents had the capability of saying, do this, and you didn't have to ask to anybody. We didn't have any regulations, environmental or social or political. There wasn't even a Congress. But now we need to do $5.5 million of dollars going through what I've just mentioned. It's complex, but at the same time, we have the responsibility of doing it well. And to do that, until now, we have aimed to funds, especially internal market and international market. But for instance, we have the New Year Fund, and we have also AFP investment projects in Chile and so on. With this level of investments, around 10 years or 5 years ago, the investments, the execution for railroads was $200 million per year. Now, for several years have been $500 million. So where do we go, or how do we leverage in the international banks? That's the big challenge that we are right now. We have even have a big possibilities of funding, where of course we have CIF, we have IDB, European Union, Global Gateway, among others. But what's the last challenge? And I will finish with this. The new multilateral financing standard, its challenges in terms of how to address our projects. It means we cannot have any governance or social environmental challenge. Of course, we need to be under the OSD standards, but now those are mandatory, the SDG standards. And we need to be under a more exhaustive and comprehensive overview, and especially in the providers list. We used to have a limitless provider list where we could allow to participate them. Now we need to be careful with providers because there's greater concern for the type of provider that we are being connected, not just willingly, but also because the multilateral are challenging us to work with companies that also respect the SDGs. In that sense, the company is being transformed into a modern company with these standards that, once again, somehow were developed willingly in the last years. But now this initiative has made us to polarize in the direction that we believe it's the correct one. And of course, we invite the railroad companies of the rest of Latin America to add up to this movement. Thank you. We are going to accept that invitation. Juan Carlos have been talking about the subway of Quito is more than a project for mobility. It's a transformative project. Can you elaborate this idea a little bit more? That I believe it's very interesting. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. I was rethinking what I was mentioning in the forum. The investment that we have in this type of structures talks about competitivity and systematic competitivity in this case. Addressing this, we have some elements linked to what the subway has. We also have innovation connections, and in the efficiency of the process has a relation that makes that at the end of the day the project to be successful. We're also adding the instruments that help with this to develop and to elaborate in this idea. The Quito subway investment was around $100 million per meter, per kilometer, and that makes a difference in how the efficiency of the process is one way. On the other hand, with what has to do with the user experience, it goes directly with the technology that we have right now. I was mentioning in this system, you can use your ID as a ticket. You will load it, you pay with it, and there are also open payment systems. We have ONAS system that works with Visa, and we also, if we go beyond, we can also use using a credit or debit card and so on. There's also a culture issue because when the operation started 2 years ago, 7 out of 10 customers or users were using the physical sheet. They will go with their coins and would pay. Now, currently, 4 out of 10. Nonetheless, is to recognize in this experience process, it's still a popular service because people use the subway system as an instrument that will take you to one place to the other, to commute, to go to the different trade institutions. We have talked about one of the issues about infrastructure. So with this system, it would put you in the center of the city life, being the center where from that infrastructure you have spaces, times, and so on. The other is time. At the end of the day, would give you life quality, and that would reduce from what used to be 1 hour and 30 minutes from the north to the south. Now it takes 30 minutes. People would see this and would feel it. Security, we have standards that are above 9 of 10. We understand this infrastructure will give you that feeling, and logically everything referred to inclusion, CO2 emission reduction or saving, and also 100,000 metric tons, and the reduction of fuel. That marks a concept that goes beyond a transport service, would generate an increase in the productive activity, more than 12% of unique economical activity licenses the stations, around the stations have been produced around the infrastructure that Quito subways have. Those would be some of the ideas that would go beyond being a mean of transport. Thank you very much. We have a dynamic world, I can say, from investment needs, innovative outlines for funding. What can you tell us? We need to share that, definitely. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here in Santa Marta. That always is welcoming, and thank you for being the host here in Colombia. I believe that different panelists have changed my original answer, but I will try to frame in this urban reality that we have. As we know, in Latin America, we are around an organization of 80 to 84%, and one of the big sectors that have more challenges is mobility investment. Why? Because it's the one that contributes in greenhouse emissions, and in this is going to help us to have that, or to struggle against that fight with climate change. We have that reality as the trend of the public usage of transport. And one of the measurements that is adjusted to these compact cities and friendlier. What are we doing in CIF and around this framework of actions is try to change, improve, and avoid. What are the things that we want to improve? Planning cities that would aim to urban generation, and with strategies for transport demand that would create more compact cities, and cities where we can reduce the number of trips, and with that to reduce the level of emissions around it. And that at the same time would increase the opportunities, because it's key from these three pillars that we talk about: reduction of gender gap, to improve road security, and increase green funding. Next, change. It's likely where our role of knowledge is less and where we need more participation in public sector to migrate from that private public to public massive transportation. The key is to talk about quality public transportation. Latin America, when we see the options for public transportation are not just fragmented, few, and also have low quality. So when we see the survey of people, the citizens are taking public transport not for the first option, but the only option. I live in Bogota, and when you take 2 hours and a half in Transmilenio from one side to the other, and being Transmilenio a good experience, a good policy, there's a space of improvement to change the way of transport, quality and public transport. And once again, is the space for funding. Between 2018 and 2024, we have approved and funded more than $500,000 million. But if we see in the last year, and here the Vice Minister spoiled or did the spoiler, saying that we have worked in many things, like the airports funding or in railroad, as we have been doing recently, or as last week, the first fund in green money, where we were able to be investors of more than $170 million. Those are the things that we are aiming to change the realities of the cities. Or with the Quito subway, we have supported not just for the investment, but for the transformation of the city. The second pillar is to change, but not just enough to change. We need to improve efficiency of transport, to take advantage of these technological tools, digitalization, electrification, in the case that you could use electricity. There's always a debate. Are we going to do just electricity, or are there just other type of instruments? Even in the European Union, for some time in the transition, we can use other fuels. The idea is to reduce the emissions and to decarbonize efficiency, to use information to have better demand transport systems. So to conclude would be 3 big pillars: avoid, change, and improve, and always understanding that we need to reduce gender gaps, increase access to all populations that are vulnerable, being aware with road security, and of course that these investments have a climate change funding direction. Thank you. Thank you very much, Angel. Let's see. This panel had a challenge tremendous challenge, 6 panelists in 15 minutes less. So we need to adapt. We're going to add a 4th pillar. We need to adapt to the minimum time that we have. Just a few minutes, because it would be 6 to give to the 6 speakers the possibility of 1 or 2 minutes each to say what you have not said yet in your first answer, but really brief, please. Vice Minister, starting with you. Yes, Marta, thank you. One of the things that I did not say was about the electrification of the systems of urban passengers. It's an effort that Colombia is doing in that energetic transformation bet and for sustainable mobility. This is important because beyond pushing several close railroad systems and also the offer of public buses, where we are doing an infrastructure of electrification process for 16 intermediary cities in Colombia, which is very important. I don't have figures here in dollars, but around 4.4 billion of pesos to purchase public electric fleet of buses in intermediary cities. But I wanted also to connect what I previously said about the opportunities that are given in the framework of this government, about the alliances with the private sector and international cooperation. I believe this is important, taking advantage of the public, the audience that we have, the public that we have in this panel, because in the Colombian government, by the way, those premises that I was mentioning previously, one that has to do with the technological ascension or increase, those clean technologies to accelerate the energetic transition, and with what I've mentioned about an appropriate inclusion in the territories where the communities and the population to be part of the regional development that would make that infrastructure, and not just to have it aside, but for them to be those participants, active participants of the sustainable mobility development. And the environmental sustainability, climate change adaptation, and risk management as essential premise of our projects in regards to infrastructure. And based on those premises, this government is open completely to support, fund, and promote the initiatives, private and international cooperation that would align to these premises. This is very important because even though we're doing great efforts in budget to progress in public offers, and as my colleague from Chile said, the public finance, it's not enough, but an alliance with the private capital and the one that comes from the credit lines of international cooperation. In that sense, as we are aligned with these premises and essential objectives of the national government, we are truly open to generate the required alliances. And to finish, important that we have several open selection processes for public works. This month, we have the closing of selection of the airport for coffee in Palestina, Caldas. For the ones that are interested, we have the selection process open of a road work in the south of the country, Staquillo Popayan, that connect the Valley of Cauca with Nariño. And in the upcoming weeks, we will have another selection process for structure of railroad systems that are very important, as well as road corridors that would connect with the center of the country, for you to be very aware with the selection information websites in Colombia. Thank you very much. Thank you, Vice Minister. Darwin, algo que faltó decir en la primera intervención. No puedo, yo puedo hablar con respecto a el Caribe. Queremos un ambiente limpio, verde. Es un lugar hermoso y queremos que siga así, pero necesitamos inversiones primero. Necesitamos esos combustibles verdes. Se ha mencionado algo muy importante. Veamos las oportunidades. Tenemos una oportunidad grande. Brasil tiene esos biocombustibles. Podamos tener discusiones acerca de cómo podemos añadir biocombustibles y asegurarnos que podamos reducir el impacto de la emisión de carbono. También tenemos solar, eólico. Queremos tener discusiones y asociaciones, alianzas que nos puedan ayudar. Como dije anteriormente, la mayoría de los puertos necesitan ese apoyo. Tenemos una de las áreas más grandes para inversión porque en este momento ExxonMobil, Shell y las grandes compañías de petróleo que están en la parte de crucero y queremos cambiar eso. Vengan con nosotros y permitamos que esas industrias gigantescas no nos quiten lo que tenemos y estamos esperando con algunas alianzas gubernamentales, con CAF, de los que se ha hablado anteriormente, y podamos tener esas discusiones abiertas. Estoy aquí para hablar con ustedes y espero que podamos hacerlo. Hagamos de este un taller donde podamos hablar. Tomemos acción. Gracias. All right. Let's go to the action, but really fast. The 4 that are left, one final comment, please. Something that I wanted to add are the difficulties that we find and that we need to overcome together. First, what we see is the need of connectivity, which means to face the currently fragmentation. We have talked about the need of connecting. We need to have a national focus, but also regional to a certain global point. That is why we have an initiative of one network green ports that we want to develop, because if we want to decarbonize, we need access to clean energy. That's why we need to unify the regulation framework to have the sustainable fuels, but also care for a regulation framework that would be favorable for investment. We have many interactions with the governments to see the customs procedures, the technical framework that would allow to have compatibility in different means of transport. This is a complex process that needs collaboration with the governments. Of course, funding, it's a challenge. And in the European Union, we work the Europe team and beyond. We also work with the IDB, with CAF to see what is the best source for funding. Another initiative that we have started are the development of green funds with the government to allow the governments to take out additional funds for green projects. And also, finally, very important, the way that the tenderings are being done, because we want to get to decarbonization of means of transport, so we need to have quality projects. And that starts in a technical way when we prepare the different tenders for those criteria to be quality and not just based on the price. Thank you. Jose? I'm going to take advantage and talk about my book. I wanted to take advantage about the interoperability but not just as the integration of corridors, that of course we need to have a railroad integration, multi-mode. It requires an interoperable vision and also as a common market of railroad service demanders. As a global gateway, European Union, Latin America gateway of buyers that are interoperable. We need to unite through organizations like ALAF, as UFC, but also with CAF, with IDB, with European Union, and to define planning, common planning that is interoperable, that allow to have a competitive market, to define common objectives as region, and go along looking for that technology in other places of the world. I would like to invite all of you to think about that integrator vision that would allow to have better prices, better technology, and have a better competitive market. Thank you very much. If you can be brief, thank you very much.
Ángel, yo creo que es el tema también de recuperación.
Okay, I think it's the issue of recovery. And when understanding the mobility services, they go beyond the public component. They should provide quality. And the background that's coming for that, oriented by the investments made, it's pretty much related to everything that has to do with cooperation and integration tools, a contract that helps you finish the work and not to have the work unfinished, same as in this project. We have to acknowledge that when rendering the provision, the quality and the recovery is there. 30 years before, the Quito Trolley was into electrical mobility. Now the Quito subway is electrical, and we need to keep that sustained and in time. Angel, closing phrase. Very, very fast. We are 50 days away from finishing the first quarter of the century. The question, how are we going to retake the growing path in Latin America? And the response is the same. Let's go back to infrastructure. And within infrastructure, transportation means is key. And I'm going to take advantage of this opportunity to sell myself as a multilateral accompaniment of financial institutions, use us as a partner for reflecting to prove public policy without any prescriptions, without any biases. Thank you very much. Thank you, Marta. And I know it was such a challenge, but it came along well. The official picture. A special thanks to all of you for your time. This forum is moving forward, and we are surprised addressing all these topics, building up that new pathway to the future amidst ways full of opportunities. Big round of applause for them again. They have done a great job. Thank you, Marta. Thank you, everyone. Okay, if it's okay with you, let's now get into the trade and economic integration opportunities, value chains integration, freeing the Latin America and the Caribbean and the European Union potential. And for that, our moderators and panelists are ready. What is your productivity sector manager for innovation in the IDB? Let's welcome him with a big round of applause. Our moderator, Mr. Francisco Paula Wendia, Vice President, and the agency Vice President, Luria Villanova, Trade Board President, Joel Baisil, General Trade Director of European Commission, Teacher Delat, Paracel Sustainability Director, Alejandra Botero, investment manager for the financial development of the CAT, and Giovanni Pacasida, senior specialist in custom trading for HTL Express. Fabricio, floor is all yours. Hello, good afternoon, everyone joining us, the ones that are getting in, and the ones that are joining us through the social networks. It's such an honor. I'm pleased to moderate this panel. This is a positive agenda. Let's talk about the opportunities provided by the European Union. Let's talk about three components: innovation, economical integration, and the public-private sector conversation. Because this forum is targeting the public-private conversation. We need market and government to grow, to make that investment. That's the spirit of the sector of productivity, innovation, trade. My boss is here, Ana Maria Ibanez, Vice President of Knowledge in the sector. This is not a theoretical conversation for us. We've been implementing the initiatives in the operations we carry out. We have a mechanism that's the trade conversation in the Americas business dialogue, 480 multinationals of all the European region also. Those companies are not in the American business style. Please come to us. We provide suggestions and recommendations, the bid-enabled recommendations for the private investment to grow in the region. I'm talking about Europe, and that exchange among our regions, between our regions, the language elements in common, the cultural elements in common is powerful, and but also what it means amidst the world economy. And both regions, 25% of the GDP worldwide. Europe was today main investor in the region, $750 million of investment stock, and in commerce by 2024, 280,000 million operations, trading operations. We validate the operations, and the first semester of 2025, the exports from our regions to the European Union were doubled compared to last year. So we're talking about numbers, important numbers. And let's talk about complementary. We have 60% of lithium, 40% of copper for energy transition, 7% of agriculture exports, is 50% of biodiversity, and I can move on. Europe exports a lot with a lot of added value to the region. They bring machinery, vehicles, electrical vehicles, and they also procure from us goods and services. Tourism is a export service from Latin America, being in such a marvelous, wonderful country like Colombia and a city like this one. No doubt that it's a very important sector for the region. 10% of GDP in Latin America represented by tourism. I'm closing this part, this welcoming part, and give floor to the speakers. There's a milestone that I have to bring up, and that's pretty much the recap conclusion of the agreement between European Union and Mercosur. One of the greatest agreements. We're talking about 700 million inhabitants, 20% of the GDP worldwide, and it's an agreement. It's not only a free trade agreement, but it's also an agreement of sophistication, investment. The rules for these bilateral exchanges in this bid is really committed. Talking to all the countries of Mercosur, and to carry out the implementation to any regulatory framework shaping needed. In this context is what we're going to be talking about with our panelists. Let's start with Paola Buendia, and the Vice President, friend for a long time, BID's friend. Paola, what sectors you see with higher potential to integrate in the value chain with Europe? Thank you, Fabrizio. Greetings to everyone, organizers. I celebrate that we can have this business summit as an enabling tool to get more investment and trade in the region. In the Colombian case, and it has been mentioned in Global Gateway, there's a free trade agreement. Already, a free trade agreement generates a certainty, it generates the conditions for investors and businessmen to have a long-term vision for both the European companies and the Colombian companies, and also in Peru and Ecuador that are also summing this effort. And as you say, the good news by December will be the Mercosur and the European Union agreement. We see opportunities in many sectors. Based in our case, there are important sectors, especially in the agricultural sector, but there are still opportunities to include more sectors with added value, and we spoke about that. They have been carrying out important work, and I say from an agency supporting and accompanying Colombian companies to manage complementarity projects that have a long-term vision, and we have an important agenda, and that's aligned to Global Gateway pillars in regarding sustainability issues, hydrogen issues. There's a pathway of decarbonization in the companies that work in Colombia, not only in Colombia, but in Latin America companies. We are addressing this circular economy strategy and approach, but I would highlight the free agreement, the free agreement trade with that legal framework that's setting grounds on how the companies can have reliable settings, but also how to turn down the barriers. And the agreement has been around for 12 years, and it is necessary to continue solving issues that are those points in the agenda that we need to boost and speed up, breaking those barriers, taxes, for instance, and that's key for us to move and to boost that trade, that commerce. Okay, thank you very much. Decarbonization and sustainability, and all, because it's what we have to do, but good business as well. What role is played by the trade agreement for you in the Latin America and the Caribbean agency? You are very close to that agenda. What are the priorities of the European Union, of the UN, to implement those agreements? Thank you, and good afternoon. Before I work in the General Commerce Office of the European Union and of the European Commission. The European Commission has a duty to negotiate with the 27 member countries. We have a custom division. Taxes are the same. The tariffs are the same, and we represent a market of more than 450 million people. And I would say that the trade agreements are very visible, and like in the case with Mercosur, with the signature process and negotiations. Later on, they become less visible, but they are there. And as Paula mentioned, it sets the grounds that provides certainty and security to the companies. This aspect's always been there, but now it's more important in these the times because it's a legal and binding agreement providing the companies security on how the products are going to be traded in the future, and that security provides reliability and confidence, and the confidence enables long-term investment. With regards to the priorities for the European Union and America Latina, the bilateral agreements are useful to identify the geography and to have independency for their markets in each country, and so we have a common interest in making these agreements and diversifying the sources and the markets. But at the same time, what we have seen is that commerce agreements, trade agreements enable exports, and we have seen that in the Andino countries, in the agro-industry sector. Nowadays, we have Peru in European markets, and they were not there before. With regards to the priorities, I would say there are two kinds of priorities. One is the commercial agreements, and we respond to the companies in case the problems emerge. That's why we have the bilateral agreements, and they are a platform through which problems can be solved. But at the same time, and there are public policy priorities, and there's where the sustainable factor plays a key role in, and the two parties must work together to implement the trading, and in such a way that it does not produce negative effects, and on the contrary, to generate circular economy. And at the end, finally, another rationale in this agreement, and that's very important, and our leaders are all gathering very close to this country. We need friends, and trade agreements there to enhance commerce and business, but it implied human exchanges, generating reliability, and to be in the private sector, everything is done is based on confidence. But that geopolitical aspect is also, I would say, it's another reason which makes it convenient to have these agreements. And with the Mercosur agreement, as it was mentioned, almost the whole region will have this privileged position with low tariffs and more access to the European market. Thank you, John. The judicial or legal stability of the agreements, and those agreements order the House, but it's important the agenda after the agreement, after the negotiations, the leveraging agenda, the friends agenda, because we need confidence to make business. Nubia from the investors' views and the European trading networks from which you are an important member, what are the best opportunities you find, you see to enhance the integration and collaboration in the region? Let me ask with a question. No, never. Who here studied economy? Okay, the ones that raised hands are the ones who are guilty of that situation we saw here. We were taught that there was something called the demand and offer curve that crossed that point, and then everything was solved. And we lived so happy in Europe. Yeah, there's the demand and offer law. There's no problem. We can get everything. Probably it's cheaper, probably more expensive, but the big change that we have noticed over the last years is that Europe, the world, has seen the energy, water, raw materials, the food are the base of independency, based of democracy, based of the project every country wants to have for their citizens. They're powerful tools, the tool of powers and independency. And it was very well mentioned here. Europe has seen that their future cannot depend on offer and demand, and that they must bring strategic partners, and not only partners, not only friends, but also partners committed with either development and funding agreements or investment agreements. And in this sense, I consider the awakening, the European awakening, I would say, is the awakening of getting aside from that demand offer curve. But we see an opportunity. Europe is realizing that the solution for many of their problem is Latin America. And I finish with some information. I travel a lot, and it's true. Some Spanish companies stopped investing in some countries. Some countries, for example, Telefónica is not investing in some countries, but continues to invest in Brazil. Iberdrola company. I had breakfast with headlines, news saying Spain's leaving America Latina, but we thought that the data, and we carried our study, and that study told us for each company that's leaving Latin America, 4 more are coming to Latin America, and the investment has tripled over the last years, and over the 3 years is increasing. That study we carried out regarding Spain, but it can be extrapolated to Europe. Europe is going for Latin America, and it was about time. Commerce today is more than commerce. There are institutional issues, human rights issues, environmental issues, and at the end of the day, the consumers are the one demanding for that, and it makes it more complex. But it also leads to opportunities. And talking about innovation and opportunities, Alejandra, Mr. Botero from CAFT, our brother institution, what financial institution or investment mechanism do you consider some of the most effective to mobilize capital to strategic sectors that boost this integration, this productive integration between two regions? Thank you very much, Fabrizio, for the question. Thank you, the organizer. It's a pleasure to be here. I would tell you more that financial innovation, I would refer to innovation divided in different categories. There's one that's trendy in the multilateral world, that's mixed or blended finance or funding with technical cooperation together along with support. To me, two factors will be key to mobilize more resources. One, reduce risks, and the other one, generate confidence. And development banks play a key role in that. When we talk about blended financial financing, we talk about the to carry out projects, to carry out feasibility studies, to allow make problems with the MAS, the small companies, for prepare them to make better exports, and that's what's going to allow you to have that confidence for later on mobilize the capital. That's fundamental. That is hand in hand when we refer to investment tools or instruments. When we talk about investment funds, you think of long term, 7 years, 10 years or more. But if you see the statistics in Latin America, the two bigger markets, Brazil and Mexico. In the case of Brazil, the major investors are Brazilians after the United States, and in Mexico, they say the Americans. There's a great opportunity for European funds that can come in to support all the capital markets and that long-term investment. That's fundamental. And the third tool, which I think is the most dynamic, are the guarantees. And what it makes is to reduce that risk, enabling through risk sharing and with initiatives that would be interesting for the private sector, with guarantee mechanisms to reduce the portfolio risks in sector projects, and guarantees, and a lot of instruments and tools that can be used in providing guarantees. For instance, a project I love is a guarantee we make in local currency in Brazil, and that allowed the financial closing to structure the line 6 of the subway in Sao Paulo. It was only 40 million, but those 40 million enabled long-term funding. That's the kind of instruments we need, not only to support projects and sectors. Thank you, Alejandra. Private capital mobilization is key, and as a matter of fact, in IDB or BID, we share that spirit, and we are working to enhance private sector share in our institution. And now, going to specific sectors, you're coming from one of them. How can the bioeconomy and forest sector to be included to strengthening this value chain? And Fabricio, let me ask a question. Who today had any contact with any wood-based products? Okay, that's important that you had any contact with any of these products a month ago, buy products a month ago, and saying that, I want to mention that the forest sector, it's a bridge between the needs and the demand Europe faces today to access products and accessing biodegradable products, and Latin America and the Caribbean with a huge potential in production of byproducts. Why do I bring this up? Because Paraguay has 8 million hectares available without competing with any of the funds for the forest industry. And over the last years, we increased 66% This is reducing the pressure in the native forest, generating a positive impact in forest conservation. Paraguay used to be a country where these funds allocation for the forest component, but nowadays it has changed. Now we have more funds allocated with more exotic wood, and in countries like Uruguay and Brazil, Brazil more specifically had 500% growth in the forest area or sector. So we see is a potential in Latin America, not only to boost and develop economy, but also to develop economical value and environmental value. I want to provide concrete examples of what I'm saying. When I refer to the forest fund allocation, I refer to funds that in which indigenous or farmers community can be integrated in. And later on in some of the panels, we heard that some of the most powerful tools to get people out of poverty is employment. And all people need tools, powerful tools to get out of a vulnerability situation. In the forest area, and today we're hiring 20 people only for soil preparation and planting 1 hectare, and without including the harvest process. And there are some of the clear examples showing how working this forest fund allocation, we can make up a sustainable value chain and to protect all native forests and all the kind of ecosystems. This allows living harmoniously with the environment, connecting with forests, national parks. Carrying out 3 years, a study that was done 3 years ago, now we noticed that more than 300 producers, and our company has been around for 6 years, supported by 2 European companies that decided to invest in Paraguay and Latin America. Now we are working with producers that are in poverty situation. Was poverty in Paraguay. The statistics agency in Paraguay mentioned that a person that's in poverty situation lives with $80 a month.
And when we're talking about extreme poverty, we're speaking about $20 per month. So these numbers are quite difficult, terrible numbers. Now today, through the work that we have working in a joint manner with these rural places, indigenous ones, we are allowing them to reduce this poverty to 30%. There's still a lot to do because we're speaking about multidimensional poverty that we must continue to manage. But going back to the first question, I am sure that the forestry rural is just a bridge that allows us to bind the potential that the Latin American Caribbean has with the needs that Europe has. So all these things that we have that we can translate to Latin America is going to allow us to develop more sustainable markets. Thank you very much, Latifi, and it is an example of sector and European companies in the sector, which is one of my IDB Invest customers or clients from, I say, in Paraguay and Uruguay, which is my country, where Finland did the largest investment in their times outside of Finland. Uruguay with Bornea, UPM, and then Invest. And we're still in this sector that is very important for our region. These are investment sectors from Europe in the sector, Giovanni. Without any logistics, we do not have any trade. You come from DHL, some type of, some logistics then. So after my perspective, which is the bottlenecks and the opportunities that we must surpass? We're talking about opportunities to reduce these transportation logistic costs in our region and within our regions. Thank you, Fabricio. Very good question. Beforehand, I would like to thank the organization for the invitation, for being able to have these spaces where serve, as you may have said, more than challenges, there are opportunities. Because for this reason, this is why we have And we are within this development, these good practices one way or another, and this synergy that we must have within the foreign trade. Let's say that in the last years, the European Union, Latin America has had a growth, which is obviously on international trade, the global economy, and that it is being kept in the same way. It is also important to mention that we have great challenges and problems like infrastructure, connectivity in the regulatory framework and the fiscalization. So, and with taxation, we must see that we still have many ports and airports. Matters that time of delay, that the times of and logistic costs are quite high. We are still presenting these procedures at the documentary level. Things that continue to delay these connections, transit time, they raise the value, so the monetization of this part, which is so important. And we sometimes would like to have a flowing trade in just one line, but unfortunately, regulations are sometimes within the control of each country. Obviously, generate some double processes, double certifications, and nowadays we have processes as the economic authorized operators, all the things around the evolution of the anticipation tax withholding in some countries, but the systems still do not speak among each other, so this is something that is concerning. And nevertheless, as we were saying at the beginning, more than challenges, we have opportunities, and the opportunities have the power to establish this line where we can have mutual collaboration among Europe and Latin America, going towards the example of these regulations and these processes that will take us to flow foreign trade on international trade. Nevertheless, as the HL, we are always in the cutting edge to be able to generate these processes, to be able to lay them down with different governments, with different entities of the state. And we normally say we think globally, we act locally, because we normally have these negotiations, or take these negotiations so we can ample the trade, a beautiful trade, with a phrase that sounds very much and that has been sounding for many years, which is the easiness of the trade. What is to facilitate this regulatory part or within the infrastructure part? No. To facilitate is to support the SMEs, to support the connectivity, that intermodality of the transportation means, which is river, maritime, and railway, which give us some opportunities. And I believe that one of the things that we must also consider, and especially talking about the free trade agreements with the European Union, the importance right now, as you just mentioned, with the Mercosur, and is to ample these thoughts that we have been doing, and that we're still missing some things that we must enhance, but we still have Latin America, and especially with this great efforts that European Union is doing, that mutual need that we have to grow together. Thank you very much, Giovanni, and also from DHL, Connect America's platform founder, partner, and we're using it, must use it 16 million using 190 countries, free, with content, with contacts, and DHL has been a partner. And also this interoperability matters from the foreign trade, those who interoperate in the Pacific areas, and that we can consult companies like you and many others like you for the design of these solutions. So Paola, from these matters with the ANDE, we have also worked for a lot in the past. So how can this private sector in Latin America take advantage of this new generation of business accords or agreements? As we were saying, and I believe that we have constance on the free trade or the free trade agreements, with no doubt, it is a platform and it is a tool that is very important for investors. But when you were mentioning previously that we need for it to be agile, I believe everything that Giovanni was mentioning, the facilitation, what's behind facilitation, is what we need to be worked on with a greater speed in regards to implementation. And I am seeing the INBIMA director, and I cannot refer to the INBIMA, which we all know, because these are entities that are absolutely transcendental for the trade, are very important for the trade to exist. These are ones that create competition, and it facilitates, or it restricts the entry of new products, and this go hand by hand with us having a better innovation, better technology, for us to be able to have access or real access to what the world can bring. So I am happy that Dr. Rossi is here in this plenary, listening to everything that we have, and I'm pretty sure we will hear him in his intervention, and which have been partner of the private sector to be able to achieve our modernization stage. So we also believe that we have many exercises, and we believe that, well, for example, the word pilots, I do not like this, because pilots are left as pilots and we're not able to make them grow and to develop them. I believe the pilots from the private sector side or hand, I believe they can be materialized, and I am referring to those projects of hydrogen, which we are working with together with Germany and other countries from the European Union that are quite engaged. Here we have to go hand by hand with the private sector, and this is the reason why we created some years ago a chamber that is called the Hydrogen Chamber and Natural Gas, where we have 98% of the offer that we can have in the country, and we believe that within the regulations in the private sector we can transcend this. So just to give you an example, we must say this, and in the way that Business Europe here and with COP30, we also showed the portfolio from the private sector projects in the circular economy side. And one that we must mention is the roadmap of zero deforestation. Here, accompanying all these sectors that are great exporters as Colombian companies, mainly SMEs, how can we help them? So it is a barrier to surpass, and this very important market can be kept. Thank you very much, Paola. We're going to go with Latifi. Let's make sure we're keeping time. Let's answer accurately. And Tiffy, we were talking about ability, traceability, but how can we measure? What tools are we going to use to assess and measure the sustainability and traceability in trade? Well, such an interesting question. Today, we are in a stage and in a moment where everyone is speaking about sustainability, but not too much data. But it's fundamental to be able to achieve sustainability in the process, and as we always speak about social responsibility and not irresponsibility, we begin to measure the real impact that we create with our actions to go from sustainability as a mandatory point for it to be a value to for companies or share value one. It is important to relate with these indicators that we manage in the financial world. One of them is profitability. How can companies find out that by doing and complying with those sustainability indicators can be profitable? We can analyze this where organizations do this. Second point is the risk. Now, who assess that by applying these sustainability principles we are mitigating risk, controlling risk that we can have as a company? And the third indicator is by complying the standards of sustainability, we are aligned with the global strategy at the world level for a market that is demanding that instead of just gaining or earning money, for us to be able to help develop the communities and to protect the environment. Now, the indicator of sustainability must be certain in our embedded in our company's DNA. And I would like to say this because it's a very important topic. More than 85% of the companies in Latin America are SMEs. Now, SMEs in many occasions are living through something that's called myopia, temporary myopia, because they're focused on going out to a market and it's to survive, and they do not have the time to have these sustainability indicators on a daily basis. So this is the reason why we must build ecosystems for support that can help organizations, the small ones, to be able to include these indicators of sustainability in our daily basis. And the large companies to realize how much money they're losing by not doing the sustainability practices, because the truth is that all the companies think that they're earning money, and it's true because it might be positive on their side, but how much money are they losing when they're not applying these principles? So we must work together the financial units, governments, the academia, the private sector to be able to measure their outcomes, and from here we can do the decision making. Thank you very much, Latifi. And the traceability and for the European companies, sensors, satellites, chips. Many of the companies who are here have spoken about this. This is the opportunity for these European companies to come here for the compliance of this. Well, we're speaking about this, Nuria. How can we accelerate this implementation of these agreements with those customers from CIATI and companies? Well, I believe that we have a marvelous connector that have been created by the companies. We are proposing for us to change a word, and this word is the multi-Latin companies, and we should change it for the Ibero-American companies, because in the last years we have broken the trend that Spain was investing in Latin America, and Latin America invested in other countries in Latin America, but not in Europe. Now, the companies of the different countries in Latin America are also investors in Spain. And they do not only invest in Spain because of Spain, but because they consider it a bridge, like for Europe and on the other side. And this has created a very important knowledge on both sides of the Atlantic, and this has become a priority that was done. You used to joke of the offer and supply, demand and supply law. Now Europe's feeling that Latin America has to be objective, that we must place in first line, but not only from the institutions, but also in the partnerships with the companies in this moment, because the bridge has been created, the knowledge is there, trust is there, and the experience is quite positive. So we must continue to follow this path. Thank you very much, Nuria. John, trade policies for the value chains, what role can they does these policies comply with, so we can have a higher integration, so we can have this value chain within Europe and Latin America and the Caribbean? We must fund these from the IDB, right? Yes, and we know that the region has a high integration of these value chains at the global level. This is the challenge, and I believe that Europe has an important role in increasing this percentage of the trade and this added value among these value chains. There is an aspect that's interesting in the sense that sometimes we must reduce the tariffs for importation so we're able to export, because many times we need products, supplies, secondary supplies, so machinery, to be able to then export. So this is a very important aspect among the agreements, and I believe that this is going to be very interesting to see in the Mercosur case, how we develop these aspects. Now, another topic in English is called tariff escalation, escalación de aranceles, yes. The increase of tariffs, for very logical reasons, the European producers prefer to import products, basic products, and then transform them in Europe, as in the case of cacao, that has a very low tariff, but the final products have a high tariff. But among the trade agreements, these tariffs are reduced, and they open opportunities for those products that have more added value. And this one, for example, can be found. We can do chocolate from Ecuador in the European market, thanks to this for the agreement that allows to reduce the tariffs. Then we also have the aspect is complicated to integrate, to be able to comply with those European market requirements, being regulatory regulations or other standards that are established by the supermarkets or the private sector, and there these trade agreements also have an important function in being a platform to be able to talk about these topics and also to seek for those solutions and support for the producers and for the companies to be able to reach these markets. In this sense, I believe that I would like to say that the most important benefits are the SMEs, because the large companies already have, or they can have access to these markets, but with these trade agreements, they have established some rules and standards that are applied to everyone, and we always try to contribute information from the European Union to a website that have access, market accesses that gives you many conditions that you must comply with, the tariffs for all type of products from any country origin. And in this sense, I believe that we have potential to develop under the value chains and to contribute to integrate with Europe, but also with the region, because we also have a very strong job to carry out here. So very good, John. Regulatory harmonization should be added. From IDB, we have examined the concept of regulatory distance, and is key as importation of added value in the importations. We would like to invite you to know these documents that we have, which are quite extensive, Alejandra. How can the funding, green sustainable funding matter or issue become a growth motor in competitiveness for both regions? Thank you very much, Fabricio. And I believe that under the green funding, we do not have a turnaround. We can see this with the numbers. It is very interesting. We have had what we foresaw, and people were concerned that there was a deceleration of the green topic of ESG's topics at the beginning of this year, and we realized that the companies, the funds, the sectors that already begun found out or realized that this is a win-win, and they have not decelerated these strategies. I believe this is what we have to continue to see with a long-term view. Last week, I was at the AFCA, which is the conference of yearly conference, bank conference that Latin American do. And then I was saying that, oh my God, the CAF is going to come and ask us for one more, another green report. How can we do to fulfill this? And now they were saying, okay, they're asking us. We're already prepared. What green funding channels do you have that we can use that is established already in the region's financial sector? And this is an important news, just as we have spoke and heard in the AI green thing is very important for the financial sector, and this is wonderful. And this is not only like green things and ESG general things, but now it just becomes more sophisticated, more developed. For example, this year, we just released a credit line for biodiversity projects with the BVUA, specifically for these biodiversity projects, and this has have a very important attraction, and as well a credit line and this productive chains, so we can prepare SMEs, especially the agro industries, to export towards Europe. So this is also going hand by hand with all these green movements. Now, the other topic that is also very important is the one for the capital market and financial market. So today, well, of course, us, but in general, for the funding through green bonuses and sustainable bonuses is very interesting mechanism for all the actors or role players, and especially if you're seeing the first green bonus in Bolivia that the Productive Development Bank did, this becomes a more funding mechanism. This allows it to continue in time. And Fabrizio, I will continue with an idea that I believe that for me is like the key or the competitive advantage in Latin America, which is biodiversity. As you had the statistics this morning, beginning with the panel, with the joint employment Latin America has 40% of biodiversity in the world, and the measures that we learn to monetize the protection of biodiversity. And there's some endeavors. We have the voluntary carbon markets. We're beginning to develop diversity markets. I believe that this is a huge opportunity for companies like Paracer, for large companies, the agro-industry ones, for like products that are native from the region can have something. And here we play a very important role in the binding of the regions, for example, to be for the standards, to be able to measure and to give trust in this biodiversity projects, to have the exportation standards, for example. So I believe that we focus ourselves in one of the most beautiful sectors and of great competitive ones is the biodiversity. So Colombia being one of the most biodiverse countries. You said it, not me. So yes, and I was in Osaka, the X community, which did a great deployments of their biodiversity. All right, Giovanni, you must wrap up, and this is perfectly. We are on time. DHL cannot do it out of time or delay themselves. Logistics of SMEs, how can we help them drop to reduce the logistic prices or cost? Okay, I'm going to steal a phrase that I just heard right now, and I believe that I had not heard it in this way, and it was the MIPIA International, the far. And why am I saying this? And I believe that Colombia and the SMEs and DHL has had the strength, a large strengthening, because one of the greatest causes that I believe that these companies, these SMEs want to come out, and they can because they do not know within their whole context on how they really must begin to generate this. And it's just that we want to buy, that we want to sell, but how can I do this? So is not only to have the logistic topic, we have everything around funding or financial, we have everything around the digital marketing, cybersecurity, if you want to say it this way, and also it's there where DHL is not only through all the efforts that the government has carried out in the case of Colombia, of Pro-Colombia, that have had, and the Chamber of Commerce as well, had the opportunity to take these SMEs to develop their business. We as DHL as well have these programs as Go Trade, which is growth and trade beyond the borderlines, where we generate these SMEs, all this knowledge within our expertise. We are a company that have 200, that we're in 220 countries and more than 6,000 people, in which one of the greatest characteristics and the ones that we have in our process is Latin America and Europe. So with this experience, we're going to the SMEs, we're going to the businessman that wants to do his work in a very wise way, in a very responsible way. And we say this financially, this must be done financially. Logistically, it must be done. This regulatorily has to be done. And we give them the tools as well for them to be able to do it this way. So we have a program that are some scholarships or grants for many of the students at the world level, and with large institutes that carry out this interrelationship of their practices and their internships with these SMEs at the commercial level to help them push this. And the most important thing here is to, we've seen a transformation. Remember, the SMEs are the backbone of the economies, of the world economies, and this is where we must begin to see this. And this not only from the public side, but it's also the one from the private side. I believe this is a beautiful job, and I am quite happy. This month we released the program Crece Colombia, Colombia Grows, which is a program that we would like to promote to this SME so we can see them in the future, and especially with the European Union help making use of the free trade agreement and many of the things they have to do. But I am quite glad to be able to carry out these endeavors and to be able to internationalize them, and I believe that we're on the right path. So Giovanni, I believe that I'm going to take 30 seconds for something different. I would like to thank my team for organizing this this economical forum. These people have name, passion, is many hours of IDB, and Isel, Maria, Alejandra, Jose, Sebastián, Ana Sofia, Carla, Matias. From the CAF, Maria, Catalina, Rocio, Patricia, Robert, Jimena, And from the European Commission, Ana, Valerio, Antonio, Lara, Sonia, Manuel, Carolina. From the BEID, Jose Manuel, Eva, Laura, from Colombia, Elias, and Ingrid. And me too. I also added some hours to this. Nacho. They're not going to mention Nacho. Eduardo. All right, those who are not seen, but they're there behind the curtains. Thank you very much for this. And thanks to all the panelists. Please take the official picture. Please do not move. We're still missing. We still have more. So I would like to invite you to continue to accompany us. If you wish, we can continue. To strengthen the value chains in the important raw materials condition that I promise you is going to be worth the while to listen. And once again, a round of applause for you.
Vamos a entender por qué el acceso confiable a materia.
Understand why the access to these important raw materials is fundamental for the strategic autonomy, for the green transition, and the economic development of the European Union. You can bring out some chairs because we are less here. Now, I would like to invite the moderator for this session while we're organizing this set once again to remind you the agenda that we had yesterday, thanking everyone who is accompanying us via streaming. I know that we're a little tired, that we can go out, we can have some coffee, walk around, talk, and then we can come back because we're still have some very interesting things to come up. I would like to invite Felix Fernandez, the Director for the Caribbean of the Ultramar of the European Union, which is going to accompany us here. Thanks for those applauses for Felix. And we're also with Dominic Vieira, President of the from Chile. Supplies from Chile, Dominic, welcome. And we have Fernando Yesera, National Director of the Value Chain and Mineral Economy from the Secretariat of the Mining Secretary from Argentina. So here we have less, but Felix, the floor is all yours. All right, good afternoon. Now that Fabrizio has left, now we can talk seriously. Welcome to this panel, which is called, oh my God, what is the name of it? All right, if you allows us, those people who are here sitting, I have a question for you. Inquiry to be able to support the public or the audience. From the three, who is the one that does not have an idea of mining? Mireis, let's see who does not know about mining. All right, those who think it was me, get out of here. All right, thanks a lot, Fernando. Thanks a lot, Dominic, for being here this afternoon with us in Santa Marta. And in this entrepreneur or business forum, I do not have the list of who has done this. Fabrizio does. Thank you for being here this afternoon. And I believe that everyone has the value, all these important raw materials having not the same value that it has always had, but I believe that it has more value now. And with Fernando, with Dominique, we wanted to speak a little bit among us three. And where are we going with this raw material matter? Because we're here, of course, I'm going to speak about the geopolitical context, which is the way we refer to this that's happening to us, which I do not know is known, and it's not called COVID. So, and what we would like to do is understand what America and Europe can do together in these matters of chain values to strengthen these chain values. And this chain value important raw material things is quite complicated, and everybody here is speaking, but nobody knows how this is done really well. So what's clear is that the raw materials start from mining, right? And they also have a very important process in the industry, economical, financial, technological, to be able to contribute to what everybody knows with the energetic thing, with the raw materials, etc.
And apart from the European Union, we're working all together to strengthen the strategic autonomy, and we know that we need to work in a different way. And also, I think that in the Latin American context and everything that is happening here, so we see that Latin America is also realizing that it's on top of a big treasure in terms of raw materials, and that maybe we can take advantage of it, not only to the treasure, but what to do with this treasure. So that's why I'd like to start this panel by saying, with a series of questions that I have for Dominic and for Fernando about the value chains. So what is the role that Argentina and Chile have in relation to the critical raw materials? And don't say that it's just important because we haven't brought you for just this. But it's what you think that Argentina and Chile can actually contribute or go beyond the extraction and sale of raw material in its primary status. So Dominic, thank you, Felix. And the first challenge that I see is the communicational challenge. Chile has a mining culture, and actually we see that the world is not aware that there's no way to achieve the decarbonation goals without extracting minerals. There's no possibility for that because we need electromobility, we need lithium batteries, we need a range of minerals to have the standard, and also for different agricultural activities. Then we think that in the past that we have made some serious mining mistakes. Today we have the technology to measure along the value chain and the process itself every particle that we emit to the air, and in that way we can actually gain the trust from the communities, because today the value chains, let's say for example the suppliers, and Europe specifically, they have developed the technology and knowledge in order to have a cleaner mining. Or at least to remedy this. It's clear that in Latin America there were some countries that didn't have the experience, and other countries that actually they lost the trust, and with a big part of the industry. But at least today, from the Chilean example, we can show how the mining can actually help to build ports, pathways, and schools, and changing the lives of the people. And in the panels, we heard about the experience of the social aspect of it to help people to be out of poverty and have a better future. So now, without any economic growth, there's no possibility to have social development. Because if you want the governments to build schools and many things, we need to see this context where the European Union can come and actually come and develop these projects all together. For example, Chile has, for example, $83,000 just $1,000 billion. That is actually those projects are in different phases of execution. Argentina, it's very likely that maybe in the Peruvian case, today we have the critical raw materials that the world requires. And for example, for copper, we have expected a demand 5 times even what we have for today. So it's not only that the value chain that we have, the suppliers, the dreamers, the startups, the ones that work around mining, that is not only local. We want to have a sustainable mining practice, but it's also important to talk about with the developers for technology, for computers and vehicles. They need to be clear where they buy these minerals from, because there are some countries with very weak legislations. I'm not going to give an example of that, but if, for example, in the case of labor and sustainability practices, they are weak. And there are some other countries that are more serious, that we are more experienced, and we are in Latin America. We are also labeling our copper with a label mark, with the copper mark. So we have this challenge that we have the mining and the environmental in different parts, but we need to start working together. So there's no way that we can actually achieve the decarbonization goals that the world has set. Fernando, following what Dominique just said, I understood that mining is more profitable than mining industry, let's say mining processing. So the question that we have in Europe, that we stopped mining for a long time ago. So Latin America keeps saying that they have all the minerals required for processing. Is that correct? But why you don't process those? And what are the obstacles that you see in Argentina or even in the whole Latin America that makes that we are not actually maybe investing, or maybe you are going to tell us that we are investing in moving forward in processing and giving an added value from the industrial point of view to those minerals? And if you're not doing this, and how do you think that we can do it? Yes, thank you, Felix, and good afternoon, and thank you very much for the invitation. So, as Dominic said, the mining is fundamental. So we call it as the mother of every industry. So it actually develops the value chains itself. So since the humans started hunting with their hands, they were actually doing mining. So it's fundamental and is key for energy transition. So today we have critical minerals. We also have energy transition, and we also have security minerals. So Argentina in a very curious and interesting stage. We have these critical minerals together with Chile, and we have 50% of the lithium resources, and same for copper. So today we have about 7 projects that is in production, 3 of which actually came into production, and there are some others in ramp-up stage, and they are actually developing their skills to reach their maximum capacity, and they're expanding their maximum productive limit. And for copper, we have 7 projects classified as worldwide, and hopefully they will reach production stage. And with respect to your question, for example, in the case of lithium, for lithium derivatives, they are part of a more advanced supply chain. So we are not actually exporting raw material, but it also has some processes, and this is like the chemist industry. We are, for example, in a lithium-based product is about like 1,500 parts per million. And that's part of the components that you can find in a battery, but actually it requires a higher development. And that's in the stage that we have in Argentina today. We need to talk about that and be efficient even more in the production level of these minerals, because we have a lot to grow. We're talking about this direct extraction practices which are more eco-friendly, and of course we have also some projects in relation to copper that have an important added value. Of course, downwards development, that's something that could be helpful. And of course, we are in a stage in which we are growing. We are not at the level of Chile. We are a country with mining activities, and hopefully we can become a mining country. So we are in that stage, but we have a lot of good projections. And in the short term, we could be talking about a lot of interesting things. So when we go deeper into the raw material or critical raw materials, we start understanding what the lithium dioxide and lithium carbonate means, and then cathodes and all these explanations and concepts that we have behind that. But this is the question here for Chile is, okay, So if we're doing mining, I know that Chile is not only to raw mining, but you're also refining and processing. So is Chile interested in producing batteries? Of course, but we also have thought and learned from the supplier side that in Chile we don't only have Chilean suppliers, but we have a lot of European and international companies that they are very, very well welcome. And of course, they haven't allowed us to invent the wheel again. I think that this is a mistake that many times when countries decide to industrialize and they decide to start starting from scratch, but there are some other like European countries that have lots of development in technology. After the pandemic, we realized the critical of the supply chains because mining, sometimes, for example, for mining, we didn't have the engines or certain spare parts, and we were not able to deliver the minerals. So many of the international companies and some European companies, they said that they wanted to change the strategy, doing nearshoring, like going closer to the production, and maybe in the future we can start seeing companies that maybe are from Europe, in Latin America, being part and producing these spare parts instead of taking them or from Asia. And that thing happened in Chile, that, for example, that Chilean suppliers actually learned from the foreign suppliers because we were concerned and we wanted actually to upskill. And in general, we wanted to have a strategy around this industry. So I think that is in this way. It's not that we don't want to actually develop the industrial sector. We are doing it. There are many companies doing this activity, but in terms when we talk about heavy machinery and spare parts, of course, it's a dream of us. We want to compete at the world level with, for example, with refineries and smelting factories that have lower costs compared to our country. And that's the challenge that we have for today. Is not only to do this, we need to do it with the technology to make it sustainable. And of course, that has a cost. And this is very aligned to what I said before. So the idea is that the manufacturer actually chooses these spare parts or input that comes from sustainable hands. And that sounds really well, but we have actually developed clean energies. And 10 years ago, for us, it was not manageable to change the energy matrix or grid, and that's something that we need to do by 2030. And part of the energy mix comes from clean energies. We have reached we have implemented certain type of mills, for example, wind mills, and we also have the green hydrogen. And we use it many times, for example, for explosives, which is part of the value chain of mining. So I think there's a big chance to have conversations with investors because the projects that I mentioned of the $83,000 million, because we have, the thing is that we think that when we go to mining, we start thinking about the mining companies, but here we need to think of a value chain. We have companies that produces explosives, that have different factories or produces these wind mills, and at the same time we can be the supplier of the ports, of the airports, or the railroads. So I think that it's quite important to analyze this and know that it actually exists today. Fernando, but now that I have heard all your comments and the vision that you have there in Chile and Argentina, is a vision that is there, that is you think that is going to happen because definitely Chile and Argentina and other countries, you have the industrial capacity to produce this. But I see that there's some sort of approach like this is going to happen maybe when the market says that it's going to happen, or when the investor comes, or when the value chains are finally created. But we have the perception, or we have had the perception, that it was not until it was like that until recent times, and maybe with certain value chains or maybe critical raw materials, maybe the markets won't take that path because maybe there's no market for that. So the question is, and maybe the most important question to the Latin American and Caribbean region, we could start thinking like maybe pushing towards that direction, or maybe can we start pushing the investors, pushing the industrial sector, and increase and make these value chains grow? Yes. How and when could be the question. How and when? Dominic actually said is that it's not to invent the wheel again. It's because, let's say, we need to think about the time. But now let me tell you about the process that Argentina is doing in this matter. So today, the stability that we have today in the country, and apart from the RIGIS tool, this is a big incentive regime that actually provides certain tools for projects, actually has created the good conditions for the market and the private sector to invest. And even those countries that left the country have returned and they are investing again. So this is a reality now. And in that sense, we are working together with the European Union in the identification. So as there are certain things that are fundamental or certain pillars, and of course, Argentina is in that moment of requiring or needing infrastructure investments, and that's something that is quite important, as well as the mining activities. And that's something that gives benefits to the regime, actually gives benefits to this infrastructure. So, for example, there might be an European company or from some other region that wants to go support the mining sector, but we also will have projects. They are not projects that are near the cities, but in the middle of the mountains, 300 and 500 meters above the sea level, that they are far from the cities, and that's why this regime actually includes this, and they can be enrolled as part of the energy mix. And that's on one side, and on the other side, the mining sector all the time is working on efficiency indicators. So all those that are associated, and also the supplier of the supplier, can actually transfer the knowledge, and also making that other industries from that supplier that can create a product for mining and for other industries can actually increase their quality, and in that way increasing the standards for the energy mix. With respect to your question, I think that we need to improve this whenever we have the better conditions for the products and for the region itself, the situation. So let's say the integration with other countries is fundamental, and in that way we can create a procedure with a further step in terms of the industrialization of the mining products that we extract. Definitely, we need to start thinking, like we said these days, and we are in the summit, we are talking about reindustrialization. And I know it's a complex process, but I know that Argentina has that capacity. And there's like a mini pilot plant for battery production in Argentina. Is that right? Yes. And that is located in La Plata. And this is very specific for internal development. So we use lithium from Argentina and other components. So we don't have all the materials available for creating this or producing this lithium. We're building the capacities there. But as I said before, we need to have a higher support for mining as such. So with that, a mining product can be developed. That hopefully today we have investments, we have support, and these regimes were actually approved, and there are some others that are under evaluation. So that definitely is going to end up actually pushing and helping with the need of, for example, producing a battery or creating or producing these cathodes or some other products that are included in the value chain. So here there in Argentina, where we have a lot of demand that these mining projects might require in terms of capacities and also human resources and quality standards, energy, logistics, and we have actually we have a lot to develop and to say about this. This is a very important topic because in Chile, and we have worked a lot with Chile. We have worked on the decarbonization of mining and with different companies that are investing on this. But what it does is actually to increase the price and the cost of doing this. So we are in Latin America. So what we need is just to see if the world wants that. And of course, this is if it actually meets the environmental standards, and also because we know the mining is complex, and of course we know that the mountain range has certain social and cultural aspects that are complicated. So what we want to do is to see how we can support, and also from Europe we can support those standards and see that those standards are applicable to the whole world, because it's not all the people that is there in Chile, but we are trying to make them applicable everywhere. But also we need to see how this vision that Chile has for decarbonization and the social aspect of it, how can we make sure that this is actually part of all the value chain, and these are like the requisites that everyone can meet. Otherwise, we are going to find inequality at the time of actually valuing its use. So for when we buy, for example, we do it when we buy European technology that is more expensive compared to the Asian one, and maybe that we can have like a joint strategy that you buy Latin American minerals, that you know the process of creation and the extraction and the processing of all minerals is actually so responsible with the people and the environment. I think that is quite important today, and especially we have a decarbonization goal that is actually reaching 3 years now, and that is applicable for all the mining companies. And for the challenge here is for the small and medium-sized mining. I think that this is a very successful model that has had more Chile for the illegal mining, and that's critical for critical minerals, because when there's always this scarcity, there's always this temptation to start regular like exploding, and of course that generates pollution and maybe can be led for the death of people. So even those are the things that has happened through gold mining. And for example, here we have an association in Chile that actually allows buying to the small and medium-sized miners of our country, because at the end it's not going to be, let's say, so, of course, our challenge today is actually to transfer this technology to them, because mining is a good business. Mining projects, there are some, maybe, I don't know today, but actually they have been there for 16 years for processing a license, apart from the construction and infrastructure, and those are projects that can take up to 20 years. And that's not even that you wouldn't have this regime that you mentioned. So these are long-term projects. So when we are talking for specifically with this type of technologies, it's of course usable. So for example, here we are talking about large-scale mining. That's a model that we can follow, and of course the long-term result is actually paid off in the OPEX indicator. Now with Argentina and with Fernando, we are actually trying to deploy certain activities or implement certain activities with the indigenous communities and also with the different provinces. We're working, for example, for the growth of human capital. So in that way, we can have certain type of a relationship that actually understands and also see the priorities of mining, but also at the same time keeps having this technology of its own. And of course, it has certain costs, or it has certain costs related with respect to those that don't do anything. And for example, then the question would be, how do you see, for example, from the mining sector, all this need, let's say from one side as the social growth and the capital, human capital growth, how you see this in Argentina? First, the need to respect the social problem of mining, but also the need to take advantage of the needs and the benefits that it brings to the population. Well, what we do is actually that we encourage and improve and boost the conditions. So in that way, the mining projects can actually, or let's say the private investment actually can happen and happens effectively. We are a federated countries, and we know that they're working with you in this topic, and of course we prepared an important infrastructure report in a Toronto fair for minerals, and we're about to launch another report that is related to infrastructure. It has the energy component and also the telecommunications part of it, and also it increases the concept of the value chains for the requirements of the mining products in terms of the services and products, and also in terms of human resources. So that is to say, the mining profiles that they are going to need. We're working with the provinces in order to analyze the needs and the availabilities within this, because it's clear and fundamental. We know that we are projecting or forecasting that if we have some of the mining projects, it's very likely that we are going to have interesting challenges in this regard. Let's say that those are like nice problems to have, but those are challenges at the end, and we're working all together, all aligned to reach that moment. Whenever they have the need, could be prepared, and everything that is included within the mix. I think that little by little, I'm seeing the time, but maybe you don't see that. With the forum that we have today, there are some companies from Latin America and Europe. We have development banks here, and of course, in the 5 minutes that we have left, what would you say to the group of people that are here with us? Where would you find the support, the finance, the technological and economic support from Europe and the development banks? So I think that is very important for mining today to keep developing new knowledge technologies. In Chile, we have different pilot centers, and the mining companies, they are very reluctant to create or to try new technologies. It's actually, the thing is that they prefer to actually to have technology that have been tested in other places. So it's very important to fund these research and innovation projects and to bring them to these pilot hubs that we have. But actually, the problem that many people have with this technology in order to have cleaner mining many times is related to financing. And in the Chilean case, it's not only that we think of, for example, in those mining related to mines itself, but sometimes we have to create or produce build these ports and like railroads and ports and many others. And we also need to have a corridor with Argentina with which we can actually share some other things. batteries. So I think that this is a great challenge here, and I think that for the European Union and for those that work in multilateralism and that are working with a strategy, we need to have a supply chain that it could be global, and we need to have to develop a strategy with all the countries. So with that, we can exchange knowledge, but also raw materials. So with that, we can actually take whatever is missing in Argentina for producing lithium batteries, and in that way, we can actually create these industrial hubs together with the European Union. So I see that there's some sort of cooperation. A cooperation is being born between Chile and Argentina for producing lithium batteries. Yeah, very likely. It might happen. I don't. But yes. Okay, I'm going to retire in 9 years. But I don't know. But actually, checking the list for groceries, we see that we are working and we are in a unique moment with a unique opportunity. The mining projects are actually happening. So the purpose is, of course, to include or to incorporate in a copper productive mix is something that it could be good, and the same happens for lithium. So I think that definitely is a challenge and an opportunity, but also for all those that are actually being part of this value chain. And it's critical that in Latin America, and specifically in our region, it's that something that is quite timely, and of course there is a great opportunity to do that. So definitely we need investments in terms of infrastructure. We also need the interaction in terms with the research and technology that we are doing it with a module that we have signed before, and also with other countries of the European Union. So of course the secretariat, I am actually here in my office here of that secretariat. We are totally available and we have all the available information that we have there. And of course, we also have a center that is dedicated to the community, and it has all the information related to the mining sector and that happens in Argentina. And of course, we also have all the reports that we have had mentioned in this presentation. So we are at your disposal for whatever you need.
I want to make a question to you, Felix. I would like for you to tell us, for instance, to all that have companies, projects, dreamers that are listening to you, how can they post this fund, where they can find it, because perhaps they don't know it. Let's see, that's a good question, but you're going to have to pay for the answer. In the European Commission with the cooperation funds, what we're working is to support this type of investments that we know it's going to move the needle, so to speak. We have created an investment hub, Global Gateway Investments. I haven't said Global Gateway so far. If Fabricio sees me, he will take the floor. What we could do with acceleration in Chile and Argentina, I know you're working closer with them, it's to present those ideas that could be transformative. The big mining activity does not require this type of funds for the development of the activity, but it is required to transform the activity for decarbonization, to be able to progress on the chain of value. Still listening, it's easier and profitable to take raw material, to have that processing outside that continue working in the chain of value. Long term is more profitable for the country, but for the short term, it's better to export it. So we're looking for projects where China, Argentina, Brazil, and so on want with European companies work and generate little by little chain of value. And if that transforms the way we have of working, we will have the funds available. You can go to Brussels or you can call to the European Union Federation and we will be there, the delegation, and we will be there. So thank you very much to all. Thank you, Felix, Dominique, and Fernando, for being part of this panel. As you know, the official picture now, you need to pose for the photographer. Please. I know it has been a long journey, but it has also been interesting. We have touched upon many items. We have seen this series of leaders with different and interesting themes, a lot of opportunities, and strategic visions. Once again, thank you to all. We need to have more chairs on the stage. The important is we are going to have a special ceremony. There's also a cocktail. The beach is going to receive us, so that could give you hope for what is left. The beach is ahead. Remember that from 10 to 12, we have two events tomorrow. One, the presentation or relay that I was mentioning, and in the mezzanine, there's also an interesting agenda. While we set the stage, we're going to talk about investment in health, engine of resiliency and growth. This is going to test how the investments in biotechnology, medical technologies, and public-private associations, or PPPs, could expand the health infrastructure increase, something that is mentioned in Colombia, it's been mentioned in Ecuador and many countries in Latin America, the PPPs. So we're going to have different voices. This is almost ready. I would like to invite to the stage moderator Florica Fin Julia, the General Director of Preparedness and Response on Healthy Administration. Please give her a round of applause. In the panel, we're going to have Jorge Emilio Osorio, CEO of Baxtera, Francisco Rossi Buenaventura, Head of INVIMA, Colombia, Valneva, Head Physician. We have also Jorge Emilio Osorio, Francisco Rossi Buenaventura, Juan Carlos Jaramillo, and Jarbas Barbosa. And you have the floor. Good afternoon. I'm sorry, I don't speak Spanish. Espero que no se estén yendo todos, porque sería una sesión muy sola. Por favor, tomen el tiempo de tomar sus equipos de interpretación si los necesitan. Estoy feliz para estar aquí en la sesión de salud. Creo que es muy importante el darse cuenta que todos estamos marcados por la pandemia que no queríamos tener y que queríamos olvidar rápidamente. Hay una cosa que todos aprendimos: la salud es la base de todo, de la seguridad, de la economía, pero también de la cohesión social, de la resiliencia social y de la resiliencia de la sociedad. Desafortunadamente, todos en Latinoamérica y en Caribe y en la Unión Europea todavía sufren de lo que ocurrió, las consecuencias de la pandemia, la parte económica, la fragilidad, la pobreza y también los silenciosos, la salud mental, o en Europa el preguntarse, el cuestionar autoridades y administraciones. Una lección aprendida es: no queremos ser tomados o estar descuidados. Queremos estar preparados para responder rápidamente y escalar tomar esas medidas de prevención adecuadas, que son vacunas, también equipo protector. Queremos tener esto y estar listos rápidamente y coordinar con todos los estados. Esa es la ambición y lo que la autoridad que yo dirijo, la Casa de Preparación y Respuesta a Emergencias, ha creado. Ahora, la pandemia terminó, pero también tenemos que prepararnos para la siguiente, para las enfermedades o algo que ya está con nosotros. Sé que aquí, en Latinoamérica y el Caribe, tienen muchas enfermedades tópicas y también tenemos en Europa aún más. No son pandemias aún, pero están incrementándose y tenemos que prepararnos. Y si puedo decirlo, en Europa también se están preparando para otro tipo de conflictos internos. Con esta sesión quiero decir cómo construimos colectivamente en las lecciones que tuvimos que aprender de la pandemia a través de todos los lentes. ¿Cómo invertimos en salud? No como costo, pero como un conductor para prosperidad, resiliencia, equidad y prosperidad. Y por eso es que tenemos este panel eminente que son especialistas y tengo que decir gracias a que hay una mujer en el panel. Ellos son más especiales que yo, debo decir, y tenemos que hablar de 3 áreas críticas. La primera es la parte económica, que es un caso económico que podemos tener para la infraestructura productiva. El segundo asunto es cómo construir redes resilientes. Ya hablé de redes entre Europa y Latinoamérica y el Caribe. Y tercero es cuáles son los desafíos regulatorios financieros. Se pueden ver de manera positiva o negativa. ¿Cómo volver esa ambición a acción? Con ello me gustaría empezar con mi primera pregunta y voy a, obviamente, a Pablo Rosa, quien nos puede ayudar y hablar del tema. En el caso económico, puedo preguntarle, siendo la autoridad regional para la Casa de las Américas, ¿tiene una visión integral de las fortalezas de los sistemas en la región? Desde una perspectiva económica, ¿cuáles son las brechas económicas críticas que previenen a la región de lograr esa cobertura universal? Porque tenemos que estar preparados, algo podría pasar. Y además, ¿cuál es el caso de negocio para infraestructura económica y social? Entendiendo que no es solo costo. Tiene 2 minutos. Gracias por ello. Creo que lo ha dicho de manera muy clara. Es la base de la sociedad, la salud. Y cuando la salud cuando no tenemos la salud estructurada, tenemos miedo de salir. Un problema grave que tenemos hay recomendaciones generales y hay un 6% del PIB para tener un sistema de salud que pueda ser complejo y diverso que tenemos en estos días para tratar diferentes enfermedades, las comunicables, las tópicas. En Latinoamérica y el Caribe, el porcentaje es 45% y sabemos que ese espacio crítico es importante. Por eso tenemos que poder presentar de manera efectiva propuestas que puedan ayudar en este sistema del sistema de salud primario y que puedan abordar estos temas complejos. Con respecto al segundo, creo que esto permite oportunidades maravillosas de colaboración entre Europa, Latinoamérica y el Caribe. Latinoamérica y el Caribe claramente necesitan invertir en 3 cosas. 1, fortalecer el ambiente regulatorio. Cuando se fortalece las autoridades nacionales que tenemos en la región, también estamos hablando acerca de promover providencias, regulaciones y un proceso regional. También construir la capacidad que ya tenemos en la región. Tenemos en Colombia, México, Cuba, Brasil, Argentina y en otros países. Tenemos que construir y tener unas medicinas, biomedicinas y vacunas efectivas y tenemos que fortalecer la capacidad. Tercero, el mercado regional. Para que este proceso se pueda alcanzar la sostenibilidad, tenemos en esta región una experiencia única, la que tuvieron en Europa con respecto a estas especificidades. Pusimos un mecanismo en el que se construían o se hacían vacunas, medicamentos. Ahora usamos estos fondos no solamente para garantizar el acceso, pero también apalancar la producción regional. Ya hemos firmado esto con Argentina. Hay un proceso de tecnología con fondo regional que está apalancando la producción en Argentina. Nos juntamos los estados que podemos y para poder tener resultados inmediatos y efectivos. Y Colombia aquí, yo creo que es un buen ejemplo aquí. Al mismo tiempo se fortalece un sistema de salud y se tiene producción local en Colombia que beneficiará no solamente los locales, sino también la región Latinoamérica. Gracias. Muchas gracias, Jarbas, y gracias por esta información. Ahora hablamos de la segunda pregunta con respecto a capacidad nacional, pero también privada. Por lo tanto, me gustaría ir a Jorge Emilio Osorio, el CEO de Baxtera. Y, bueno, usted está representando un sector biotecnológico emergente. Desde su punto de vista, hablamos de la capacidad privada. ¿Cuáles son las barreras principales que puede estar viendo que se construyen y en la cadena de suministro de resiliencia? ¿Qué tipo de respuestas, qué apoyo tecnológico hay, financiero, por supuesto, me imagino, y qué se necesita para acelerar un ecosistema de vacunas robusto? Adelante. Gracias, Flórica, por la pregunta. Es bueno verla. Y quiero también añadir, hablar con los panelistas aquí. Pienso en Global Gateway y la Unión Europea por pensar en la capacidad regional y la salud y la producción. Déjenme explicarles que Baxtera, que represento, es responsable del sector privado al cubrir la pandemia. Lo que pasó en la pandemia de COVID-19, desafortunadamente en nuestra región, con muchas organizaciones, no teníamos suficiente acceso a las vacunas, no teníamos las capacidades y con solamente 4 países en la región tenían esa capacidad para construir esas vacunas. Brasil, Argentina, como fue mencionada, necesitamos más capacidad. Así que el sector privado ha visto que la región sabe que va a venir otra pandemia y nuestra región quiere poder manejar esas infecciones regionales, especialmente en la región amazónica. Y también hemos visto que esas enfermedades de picadura de mosquitos se están dispersando. Tenemos que estar mejor preparados para las pandemias futuras. Necesitamos crear la capacidad para generar ciencia y tecnología de nuestra región de Colombia. Creo que lograr esa independencia global de la que hemos hablado en la salud, el sector salud, es importante. Tenemos que poder responder a cualquier emergencia y hacer nuestras propias vacunas, de manera que podamos ayudar a países locales Y en Italia ya hemos podido generar una vacuna para la influenza en menos de 100 días. Y es lo que podemos hacer. Y al mismo tiempo tenemos una capacidad local de producción. Lo hemos tenido en la producción de las vacunas en Colombia. Entonces empezamos un proceso de construir nuestras propias instalaciones para producir y en la primera fase tuvimos la construcción y producción de 100 millones de vacunas. Luego, en la segunda fase, nos juntamos con el INVIMA y para el siguiente año tendremos vacunas que tendrán la etiqueta hecho en Colombia, lo cual estará hecho no solo para Colombia, sino para la región. También estamos pensando en un sistema de vacunas y programas activos donde las personas puedan tener acceso a las vacunas. Y el tercer punto es tener una inversión en el sector privado. Tenemos una compañía Sura, es una compañía colombiana que ya lleva 70 años de existencia y ha pasado de México a Chile. Ha podido ayudarnos a prepararnos para el futuro. Estamos teniendo progreso y también tenemos algunas dificultades y desafíos en general. Al desarrollar nuestras propias vacunas, nos permite no solamente poder bajar el costo, el cual es muy costoso, sino también hay cosas que podemos hacer al producir las vacunas de la fase 1, ya vamos en la fase 4. Al tener esta alianza crítica y estratégica con Global Gateway y otros grupos importantes, tienen algo que nos abre las puertas. 60% del equipo que tenemos viene de Europa, tiene muy buena calidad y las asociaciones que tenemos nos dan esa oportunidad. Puedo ver muchos desafíos al trabajar juntos, pero también espero que en el futuro podamos ser socios porque cuando pueda pasar una pandemia, Colombia debe tener estos socios que le puedan ayudar en el futuro. Gracias. Gracias. La manufactura local es clave para una relación local y regional, pero también no sabemos en qué momento vamos a necesitar esa ayuda del otro lado. Siempre debería ser bidireccional para el beneficio de la población, el país o la región. Ahora, teniendo la perspectiva colombiana y latinoamericana, ahora voy a ir a una perspectiva más expandida con respecto a la parte europea, la perspectiva europea. Juan Carlos sabe las corporaciones, las técnicas. Hay oportunidades y desafíos para la asociación BioLab, otras redes que transferencia exitosa de tecnología y de construir capacidades y prácticas locales nos puede compartir desde su perspectiva. Gracias por la invitación. Creo que me da la oportunidad para representar a Neiva y como ha mencionado es una compañía de Europa del Occidente y hacemos productos comerciales y también la manufactura de estos. La pregunta que ha hecho es muy interesante. También me gustaría mencionar primero, mirar los desafíos. Creo que eso es algo clave que quiero que se lleven y que se ha dicho en cada una de las discusiones. El primer desafío que veo en escala y ya se ha discutido y creo que para nosotros es los ejemplos concretos de Neva es una compañía de vacunas con 1.700 empleados y con desarrollo, con lugares de desarrollo y manufactura que tienen compromisos y experiencia dentro de la compañía. Los socios globales o los actores globales es algo que tenemos que hacer, que profundizar. También las compañías biotecnológicas encuentran la misma realidad, el conocimiento, pero no tienen las personas para expandirse. Tomando esto en consideración, la manufactura en Europa tiene los estándares internacionales más altos, pero la estructura y el costo puede girar la economía. Nos aseguramos que estemos accesibles cuando las personas necesiten las vacunas. Y me gustaría decir que nuestra visión es directa. Un mundo donde nadie sufre o muere por una enfermedad. Eso es para los países europeos, el asegurarse que tengan una vacuna, por ejemplo, para Zika o chikungunya, debido al costo de lo que estamos hablando. Dicho eso, creo que una de las cosas que es crítica para nosotros es el segundo desafío, es la parte económica de las vacunas, el desarrollo. Probablemente saben que el mercado son $500,000 el costo y las compañías, algunas veces se ve que compañías salen porque los costos son demasiados, especialmente en una configuración global. Dicho esto, el tercer desafío, la transferencia tecnológica no es automática y creo que esta es una parte importante preparándonos para enfermedades de las que ya hemos hablado en diferentes escenarios. Creo que es muy importante, requiere un socio avanzado tecnológicamente con un sistema de calidad compatible que pueda ser compartido y haya entendimiento. Esta transferencia fue discutida cuando teníamos la pandemia, pero no funcionó. Querían tener la propiedad y tenemos que hablar el mismo idioma científico. Déjenme darles una ilustración. Maniva, como conocen, tiene una vacuna chikungunya que fue manufacturada y aprobada en Europa. En la etapa primaria sabíamos que era efectiva. El virus aún así encontró un socio local y nos aseguramos que todas las transferencias y el proceso de administración pudieran suministrar la vacuna en países locales. Desafortunadamente no tuvimos el apoyo suficiente y aproximadamente tuvimos 65 millones de euros. Necesitábamos 65 millones de euros para el desarrollo y con el apoyo de la Unión Europea y los estudios de mercado. Desafortunadamente solo pudimos hacer 5,000, una configuración de más de 5,000 vacunas efectivas con la vacuna de chikungunya. Con esa perspectiva también queríamos asegurarnos de que teníamos la transferencia tecnológica correcta y que la implementación se hiciera en las regiones. Pero eso solo funciona cuando tenemos los ensayos clínicos adicionales con compañías, que es algo difícil con una compañía tan pequeña como la nuestra. Lo otro difícil es poder hacer ensayos clínicos en Latinoamérica porque se tiene que ver después de que el ensayo clínico se ha iniciado, ver sus resultados. El otro obstáculo son el ambiente de políticas y regulaciones. ¿Dónde está queremos un marco regulatorio que pueda apoyar estos estudios? Al incluir estos desafíos en oportunidades, nos convencemos de que podemos ofrecer oportunidades, especialmente en la Unión Europea, Latinoamérica, el Caribe. Con esta cooperación, si podemos tener esta asociación, podríamos construir algo poderoso, tener expertos de desarrollo de clase mundial y seguridad de calidad, asegurar la capacidad talento científico de alto valor y una experiencia de valor incrementado. Podemos crear un acceso a vacunas de excelente modelo, con autonomía regional excelente y con un compromiso a largo plazo. Para ello, necesitamos una disponibilidad y socios capaces. Necesitamos un marco regulatorio fuerte y regional y financiación internacional que permite hacer un puente entre el desarrollo exitoso y lo que sea que estemos tratando de manufacturar o producir y tener los actores apropiados. Si podemos hacer esto, lo que estaremos tratando de hacer es no solamente producir vacunas en Europa para el mundo, sino con el mundo. Desde mi perspectiva, esta es la promesa real de colaboración. El volver ciencia compartida y fortaleza en un sistema donde el acceso y el beneficio van de la mano. Gracias, Juan Carlos. Creo que se pueden. Ustedes ya tienen una idea de los que han hablado acerca de cómo es complejo este ambiente con respecto al aspecto regulatorio. Pero antes de eso me gustaría ir a la parte de la infraestructura, porque aquí tenemos a Francisco Centeno, que nos puede explicar un modelo de negocios que debería ser un modelo de negocio, la Unión, que tiene 40% de los empleados que pueden demostrar una entrega de cuidado inclusivo que ha tenido un impacto. Y creo que esto es algo que se puede aprender en la infraestructura de salud y se puede expandir a Latinoamérica y aquí en Colombia. Creo que sería muy interesante el escuchar no solamente de la parte de las compañías, pero también de los proveedores de salud, cómo ese modelo de inclusión está creando un valor más allá del impacto social. ¿Usted ve oportunidades de poder escalar este modelo aquí en Latinoamérica?
Muchas gracias. Bueno, lo voy a explicar en español. Lo siento. Okay, I start with a question or a statement. I don't know if you know, in the world there are more products for pets than for people. And that's something that at some point, as a group, as a business group, called our interest in working for disabled people from a different point of view, not only a profitable point of view, but a different point of view. And in this, the different groups, the group has been working for more than 85 years, working for disabled people, handicapped people in Spain. With a accountable theory, most of workers has some kind of handicap. Pretty much their income goes to blind people, and 3% goes to their NGO that work in fundamental aspects, providing employment to disabled people and inclusive education. And Iranian is the business group of 11 social 11 group, which have shown that disabled people are talented people in a competitive world, and we have shown that, and of course, economical profitability is fundamental, is pivotal, and we. Our main goal is to offer employment to disabled people, and we offer a big range of services, because people with disabilities, they can work in any kind of job with a good performance. And in the catering company in Spain with 30 hotels, in a health care site, and when we people that are blind, we offer services with a teleperformance service, enabling the Spanish part, the communication, and it can be worked in a different way with these people. And we work in hospital general services. Many times the hospital component, for instance, we need clean clothes, we need good cleaning, good maintenance, and we sometimes take that for granted. And we have a contact center that somehow is inclusive, and we have an infrastructure that we have created, and it's accessible for handicapped people, for disabled people. We have a consulting company that offers technology accessibility for a handicapped person to interact with communication in hospital, how a person with disabilities can interact in a hospital or provide care a patient, because people with disabilities, they are subjects of rights and they have talent. They can be hired. We are also customers, and we are showing at all levels, at health levels, how we are and how things can be done to promote an efficient inclusiveness. We do it in Spain, where we are 45,000 workers with disabilities, but we're doing it here in Colombia as well. We started 7 years ago with the laundry services. We have 400 workers in Colombia, a small group, 65% of them are disabled, working for the first institutions in Colombia: San Vicente Hospital, Country, Colina Hospitals, San Jose Hospital, Las Americas Hospitals, institutions in which we are providing the best service, turning, changing the point of view, and providing profitability, income for the company, and everything we earn, we invested in the country. Everything we are earning in Colombia, we're investing it in the people, trying to generate more positive impact on society and the clients that we care about. Not only we work externally, but we work internally as well. Like in Colombia, when we started 8 years ago, many hospitals did not want us at first. They did not want us because they said it was not possible to have a good treatment with the staff. But now they want they want these workers. They see the added value, and they're looking for this differential element. A little bit of what we do, we see health from an inclusive point of view, how we are talent and how the infrastructure must be addressed so that people with disabilities can have a good performance in a hospital, and also as clients, how we can, as a hospital, and understand and raise awareness of what we have to do so that we can provide independency when addressing a customer. And why in the European Union we have 90 million people with disabilities, in Latin America and the Caribbean 85 million, and in the world 15% with disabilities. So probably we are profitable as clients, or probably we are talented as workers, or we are committed. We think, we believe it is necessary to address and to work that inclusive context. Bueno, creo que te has ganado el aplauso porque estás incluyendo todas las perspectivas. Estás hablando de contact centers, estás hablando de la infraestructura de salud, por supuesto, la fuerza de trabajo detrás de eso. Nos da diferentes perspectivas y nos haces entender que la salud es un tema multifaceta, fascinante. Ya hemos hablado de las regulaciones un poco. Ahora voy a pasar a ah, como un congreso que viene de un ecosistema muy regulatorio. Vamos thing we have done is to use the natural intelligence to split up all tramits from the evaluations, the rigorous evaluations, to put it aside the tramits, the processes, and do the processes quickly. This has been our approach. And this competitive regulation framework has a support. Probably I'm going to, if we don't have any restriction with time, okay, I'm going to take a little longer. And we have learned in the healthcare system, we like to say that the regulation is sanitary. We carry out regulation to protect health, but protecting health, it has impact, economical impacts, administrative impact, and this affects companies. Mr. Dr. Carrillo, shortly ago, he mentioned that the regulatory frameworks has two sides, could be an enabler or a nightmare, and we have learned it happens. And we consider that we can make a regulatory framework that has both the administrative impact and economical impact, but at the same time that is able to exert its protection, protecting the health. And this is something we have been embracing with the producers and manufacturers. Let's say in this context, all the conversations we have had with the European Union, it has much to do with a proposal that we started shaping 3 years ago, and it's a regulatory agency for the Latin America and the Caribbean, upon which we have made a lot of progress on that guide, a regulatory that's competitive, a regulatory framework that's convergent, a regulatory framework that does not only help us go close to international standards, but also creating or bridging the gaps between us. You have heard in international talk about reliance to leverage experiences from other agencies to enable our administrative and regulatory processes, but also we are working to make reliance between us. Shortly ago, we visited Cuba to start doing something that we started doing with Mexico, joint inspections. Once we agree that this is the method to carry out an inspection, then an inspection made in Mexico by Mexico can be used in Colombia and vice versa, and or in Cuba and vice versa. And this reliance between us is also part of a discussion we learned with Europe, and it's that we have to mirror ourselves, not only look up north, but look at ourselves. This is part of the political discussion we are having in the CELAC summit now. And lastly, I would like to highlight that this proposal of the regulatory agency has had difficulties because they were perceiving, understanding that the interest of Colombia and could be like to decrease the standards. The standards cannot go down, but it's a way to suggest like we would like to have a lower product quality so that they can move better around the markets, but no proposal of harmonization or regulatory convergency. It has no future if it is based in reducing the standards. And besides, it's a concept debate that is going to go to nothing. Any harmonizing proposal or regulatory convergency proposal only has a future if we embrace international standards. And the great advantage, and in this we have worked hard with the OPS. Shortly ago, we received an inspection visit, and the world already agrees about what the international standards as, what they are, and is an international tool to carry out audits in compliance of the standards, and there's an international mechanism, regulatory agencies, qualification regulatory agencies in the framework of the World Health Organizations, and this proposal of a regional regulatory agency is one step in that pathway. All the countries are interested not only in having like a one-to-one qualification to be part of a club of agencies of high level. It's not that the purpose is to have a useful regulatory framework that's useful for all products that have been traded, that are flowing with the main purpose. That's the main purpose of a regional regulatory framework. The products of the region comply with international standards, because what we most are interested in, what economical and policy integration and regional integration is interested in, is to have a convergency, a regulatory convergency that can lead us to a common market, that can lead us to health commodities, good circulation among all the countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. Muchas gracias por la paciencia defendiendo sus regulaciones, sus marcos legales, porque el reconocimiento mutual es el primer paso, lo sabemos, pero últimamente necesitamos convergencia sin comprometer la inseguridad, sin comprometer la seguridad, la confianza en los mercados también es obvio, pero pienso que ustedes entendieron que la regulación, marco legal y la armonización de la agencia regulatoria regional es un poco complicado, especialmente si quieren que todo el mundo se comprometa con eso, pero pienso que es un prerequisito para esos mercados globales y también para tener producción local. Estamos un poquito ya corridos de tiempo, pero vamos a hablar ahora. Dame la oportunidad para hacer una conclusión de esta discusión en salud, y vamos a ese punto de vista europeo con Santiago de Torres, quien es el presidente en España. Y hay una pregunta corta para ti, es sobre tu experiencia en cómo la tecnología puede ser un facilitador para mejor ejercer la salud. Danos 3 minutos, te lo voy a agradecer. Entiendo que estamos un poco cortos de tiempo. Gracias, Santiago. Thank you very much for the invitation. I think this debate is necessary, short but necessary. Atrix is a company that's in Chile, it's in Colombia, it's in Peru, it's in Mexico, it's in Brazil, it's in Portugal. We are more than 2,000 health professionals working in the Spanish market. It's a big company, a really big company. Well, what do we do? Well, we understand that with the technological advances we have, that we try to understand that there's very small or no equal access to health. There's equality is disastrous, and today you can upload images, reports, tags, mammographies, ophthalmology images, and you can upload of that. But you can have a specialist that can be reported for anywhere in the world. What happens in developing societies or societies that are in development? The specialist, there's a lack of a specialist. Second, they're in the big cities, not in the small cities. In Chile is more than 4,000 square kilometers, and all the specialists are in the center. In the rural areas, there are no specialists. It's not fair having all the technology and all the technological capacities. There are a lot of people that cannot have a diagnosis of a mammography or a diagnosis of a sight problem, or that they need to commute hours to see a specialist. It's not fair. And technology can enable all that. And what we do is we inform, we report, upload in the cloud medical images that come from many other places, small health centers, small towns. We upload 9 million images a year. Now, in this moment, I'm talking 300 images have been uploaded. In Chile, thousands in Colombia. Also, cardio, heart, ophthalmology, dermatology. We're also working oncology with the platform, and we provide advisory. The thing is that a small audit, for example, near to the Colombian Pacific region in Buenaventura, there's a general doctor, a physician that has no specialization, and Buenaventura citizens, they need to travel to the main city like Cali to see a specialist. What we do is with the technological equipment, we upload all that in the cloud. We train technicians in mammography, in cardiology. We train them. The image goes to the cloud, and the specialist the general doctor has a report that would never have physically, and he can have it digitally. There are very few, and the few specialists, they do not want to go to rural areas, and we have done great things, exceptional things. We are working hard with artificial intelligence triage. Is done with AI to save time, and but for example, now between Spain and Colombia, we're working. In Colombia, there are radiologists that got their certification in Spain, and they are a Spanish specialist. What do we do? Okay, we play with the time difference in the afternoon. In Colombia, it's nighttime. In Colombia, they report the urgencies at night. In Spain, in less than 60 minutes, the information is in the hospital in Colombia. In the afternoon in Colombia, they get the information in the evening in Spain. So people do not have to get up to get informed. Radiologists, Colombian, that are uploading information, and we get it in Spain. In Chile, we recently deployed a project. I don't know if you heard of Lakes region. It's a region that's 200 kilometers from Santiago, capital city. It's a beautiful city, but there are no specialists. They're all in this capital city, Santiago de Chile. They have to travel. They have to commute to Santiago de Chile, and it's for them an effort to make it there alive. And you know, with the ictus drug, it's causing problems in time. In this hospital, we set up a system in the Chilean public health system. Set up a TAC. They don't have neurologists, but they have a TAC, and we trained technicians and general doctors to use the TAC machine. So when a person with an ictus made it there, the image goes to Santiago de Chile. We have a 24/7 neurologist, and if it is an ictus, a protocol is launched. Then it operates this way. The general doctor next to the patient on screen has a 24/7 neurologist with the diagnostic next to him, and the neurologist reports the general doctor everything they have to do, all the procedures. In 45-minute time, we figure out, we solve all these ictus health problems that before they couldn't be resolved. And on top of that, if we manage to upload all this information, the patient does not have to travel hours on a road to see a specialist. And in Spain, we do that. In Portugal, in all the countries we are in, saving time in transferring better quality and more accessible to higher level specialists, and of course providing more safety and security to general doctors that sometimes do not know how to diagnose. We work with the genetics, general medicine, with all areas of medicine in the cloud. Why? Because technology is progressing, is moving forward at such a speed. In the future, we're going to have surgeon buildings operating with robots, and you're going to see that. And people here in the audience will see that. And and they're working very well. And let me tell you, it's not fair. It's not fair that we do not have accessible to healthcare systems and equitative access to health system with all the specialists, with all the technology in the big cities, and it's not fair.
What we have to do is study it, use it correctly, and to train the professionals correctly. And here, last reflection that I was doing, doctors, we have to take a step aside. Doctors are served for what they serve, but it's one thing. There are many technicians that are very well prepared that can do very good cardiac ultrasounds, that can do x-rays really well done. We do not have to do everything. We know what we're good for, and that's it. I will wrap up. The future of health and of this is not the acute diseases, the chronic ones, the ones that generate more health expenses, more difficulty in care. The chronic ones are the ones that can be cared for from home with technology. We do not have to enter to so many chronic patients to these acute hospitals. We don't have to do this. We can do a lot more things to save costs in the system and to stop the sensation for society that wherever you live, this area code would not matter in the attention or care that you will receive. Accessibility, quality of technology, we can limit ourselves to this. And I will tell you one thing, they go hand by hand because we have a lot of work to do. A lot of hospitals, a lot of people are asking, can we use your platforms? Can we use your methodologies? What we do is that we bring the future to the present. The faster, the better. And that's what we're dedicating to. Gracias a todos. Y como se han visto, creo que nosotros definitivamente vamos a estar algo que vamos a estar ya en desarrollo y en investigación. Pero también sostiene unos potenciales, no solamente el potencial, usted ha explicado de cómo esto ya está permitiendo mejor acceso al día de hoy, y creo que una vez que ayuda apenas, y no podemos dejar atrás, olvidarnos, si usted dio unos muy buenos ejemplos de la cooperación entre continentes. De hecho, usted necesita la experiencia o el expertise perfecto, también el personal médico, pero también necesita la infraestructura digital, pero también sostiene un gran potencial, y creo que eso es lo que usted dijo, que el futuro va, y aquí también es donde nosotros creemos que vamos a vincularlo a otras conversaciones que tuvimos el día de hoy sobre la infraestructura, sobre la cooperación entre ULAC y Europa y la energía de Europa, porque la digitalización necesita energía y también otras infraestructuras. Nosotros debemos decir que tenemos 2 minutos y inicialmente deseaba lanzar una gran ronda, pero no estoy seguro de que voy a lograrlo. Estoy mirando a ver si nos regalan 3 rondas, si ustedes prometen de solamente reaccionar con unas cuantas palabras, máximo de una oración, si se permite, dado que nosotros teníamos, para todos, tenemos una diferente perspectiva, pero me gustaría volver a, como dime, uno que nos puede ayudar. Bueno, muy importante para nosotros es las alianzas. El hallar y poder entender que nosotros no podemos hacer todo nosotros mismos y estar dispuesto a hacer estas alianzas a través del mundo. Y creo que usted juega un gran rol aquí. Gracias por ser tan breve también. Gracias. Después de Baniva, Juan Carlos. ¿Qué se necesita para una transferencia de tecnología sostenible entre Europa y EULAC? ¿Cuál sería la mejor para las transferencias de tecnología en todas las regiones? Creo que la parte más importante, creo que lo mencioné, creo que es asegurarnos que la confianza y que la comunicación sea un papel clave. Creo que una de las cosas que usted debe hacer es que debemos ser diligentes, pero no solamente del lado de la científica, pero también de las capacidades de fabricación, las máquinas, la fabricación, ubicación, etcétera, también es muy importante. Por lo tanto, creo que es una de las cosas que nosotros hemos demostrado con nuestra vacuna de chikungunya, que lo hicimos con ese tiempo. Creo que eso es una alianza que fue bien gestionada desde el inicio. Y eso también es donde debemos asegurarnos que el know-how y que la interacción y la apertura es importante. Gracias. Y después vamos a ir con Francisco de nuevo, dado que el factor del problema de la infraestructura es escalar su forma de suministrar la salud inclusiva. ¿Qué sería el factor más importante en este punto? I believe that people can understand that this is profitable, where customers were, and with an inclusive access, we're able to give this profitability or yield. And once again, una vez más, la pregunta en el lado de la parte regulatoria, ¿cuál sería la parte regulatoria más importante en los próximos meses? I believe that, and as a matter of fact, from what we have said today in several of the interventions and several of the roundtables, the regulations are public good, and we have been learning that it's a public good, that is international, and that it can be a regional public good. We have done a lot of things with IDB. We have done many things with the CAF, and we are working to strengthen the regional laboratories. So this way we can strengthen the regulatory capability, and I believe that we must move with this logic, regional logic, excuse me. Gracias por eso, y creo que también debo mencionar que también la parte financiera detrás de esto es muy importante. Y último, pero no menos importante para Santiago, de nuevo usted nos dio una vista general, pero cualquier consejo que nos pueda dar sobre dado que tiene tanta experiencia, de ver cómo podemos tomar la tecnología y la salud en conjunto. En una oración, por favor. An idea that I have for some time now in the region in Latin America, or the countries can do accords or agreements, because there are some countries that have the access, but many doctors with specialization and our neighbor maybe do not have any. So if we maybe can do join forces with the specialists in the cloud, we can help out a lot with these things. And many countries in LATAM can help Central American countries that have some specialists that are really low in numbers. And I dream of compensating a regional project where the borderlines would not impede for our Uruguayan cardiologists can inform a Chilean one. I dream with this because I can tell you that I have studied all this country by country. We will coincide with some equality mechanisms that are a lot better. Muchas gracias, y creo que esto no es solamente un sueño bonito que usted ya ha mencionado algunos ejemplos sobre ellos, que ya es posible en ese momento, pero deberíamos continuar con ese sueño, porque nadie está seguro hasta que todos estén seguros, y de hecho en la salud eso es lo que nosotros luchamos por tener. Y yo sé que estamos muy cortos de tiempo, pero estoy tratando de retomar esto porque lo que tomamos de esta conversación es un tema muy multifaceta, pero es algo fascinante y es algo que nos afecta a todos. Si usted está en la industria, si está en el gobierno o si está en los suministradores de salud o eres una ONG, necesitamos que todos los jugadores o actores estén en el mismo juego, y creo que algo que nos llevamos de aquí el día de hoy es cómo que la salud no debe ser tratada como una caridad, es una base para nuestra economía, para el bienestar social y también una inversión en la equidad y acceso, pero también en la transparencia. Si ustedes toman esto y lo llevan como con ustedes, es algo que hemos escuchado de todas las barreras, y también debemos ser honestos. A veces la tensión entre la viabilidad de la salud y todo esto, debemos ser honestos con esto, pero creo que también lo que nos ayuda a tener esa conversación es cuánto es que ambas regiones, que el Caribe y la América Latina, Europa, pueden funcionar en conjunto en muchas partes, en la innovación, en la parte regulatoria, en los sistemas de atención a salud y las especializaciones. Y claro que siempre va a necesitar actores regionales como Pau. Por lo tanto, esto es una gran conversación. Muchas gracias por su tiempo y gracias por compartir su experiencia con nosotros. Y gracias a la audiencia por venir aquí y nosotros por venir hacia nosotros a pesar de las dificultades tecnológicas que tuvimos ahora. Muchas gracias, Rita, por su tiempo y la moderación de este panel. Nosotros vamos a hacer la foto oficial. We're going to take the official picture as well. I would like to ask you the truth for a very special favor. We have a conference up next. We have another panel and a closure. We're going to have high authorities. The Santa Marta mayor is going to be here. So I would like to ask you, for those who are in the back, to please come up forward, to sit down and feel like you're home, to share with the last panel that we're going to have, the guests. The people who are outside, we hope that they can enter, and we know that it has been a long way, but it is very important for us to be here all the way to the end. So thank you very much for this. And thank you once again. We're going to have a special attention among the European Investment Bank and the Development of Financial Innovation and Latin American Cooperation and the European Union. We're going to be talking about the role that the public bank and financial mobilization for infrastructure. Well, we need we're going to need the Latril first, the first one, so they can help us. We're going to have Ivani Sakiris, Vice President of the European Bank Investments. We're here while we fix the setup, and I would like to remind you many things that they have emphasized on. There's some promoters here from 9 to 12. We're going to have several events, so we would like to wait for you here in the mezzanine, in the M floor. Tomorrow, we're going to have an important agenda. We're going to present or submit a very important report, and it's me who's going to be presenting it, so please do not feel, please come see Alejandra there. I have her in first line tomorrow, 9 o'clock in the morning. What else do we have to say? Well, after the closure, we're going to have high authorities. We're going to have the mayor of Santa Marta giving his accompaniment and closing this event. We also have a cocktail, so please, we will be expecting you. I will insist once again. I see some people in the back. What about if you come up here and join us here? Don't be shy. Let's create a family here. We're all a family. Is Latril ready? So we're going to introduce Giovanni Sekiris, the European Investment Bank VP. Welcome. Let's give him a round of applause, please. Excellent, my colegas, excelentes socios and peers. It is an honor for us to be here. En el momento nos estamos reuniendo sobre el ambiente internacional. Está siendo marcado por la fragmentación y también cambiando la cadena de valor también para los recursos y la influencia. Ahora, bajo este contexto, la alianza entre la Unión Europea y América Latina y el Caribe no es solamente un asunto de hacer historia, también es una decisión estratégica para el futuro. La alianza de equidad construida sobre la confianza, valores democráticos y un entendimiento común que el desarrollo sostenible no es solamente el eslogan, pero también es una necesidad geopolítica. El Banco de Inversión Europeo y la Unión Europea y el Banco Público Bilateral más grande del mundo ha estado presente en América Latina por más de 30 años. En este tiempo, nosotros hemos visto y financiado más de 17 billones de dólares en esta región sobre la sostenibilidad, y hoy en día, y como las puertas que abren en la Unión Europea se están abriendo mucho más allá con una pipeline de multimillones donde América Latina y Europa pueden vivir en conjunto con energía limpia, hidrógeno y también un transporte bueno, con materiales buenos y también una resiliencia muy buena. A través del día nosotros hemos discutido las oportunidades sobre la movilidad, sobre la transición energética, la economía circular, la parte hídrica y redes. La conversación en sí no transforma la sociedad y economías. Lo que importa es nuestra disposición en conjunto para crear un diálogo estratégico en el capital y los proyectos en un impacto social, económico y ambiental. Esta es la razón por qué esta última sesión importa, porque los bancos de desarrollo públicos y también las instituciones financieras son esas que pueden voltear esa visión a una implementación. Y nuestro portafolio en la región refleja, de hecho, esto. En la última década, nosotros hemos cofinanciado los sistemas de metro en Bogotá, en Quito y en Sao Paulo, y interconexiones de energía limpia en Colombia, Panamá, Costa Rica, agua y redes de agua y salud en Ecuador, que tenemos el mejor acceso a las comunidades remotas. Cada uno de estos proyectos son una demostración que la infraestructura sostenible no es solamente compatible con el crecimiento, es la base para la competitividad en el futuro y también las puertas abiertas para que ya estamos trabajando en conjunto con nuestros socios o aliados de Europa, con CAF, con el BID, hemos creado unos acuerdos de cooperación para preparar y financiar unas operaciones de alto impacto. Con KBI hemos firmado un crédito para el primer tren eléctrico en Costa Rica con KIF y en Chile hemos apoyado una plataforma de hidrógeno verde que posiciona a América Latina como un jugador global en la transición energética. Junto con el BID hemos creado una cosa especial para Barbados y también la resiliencia del clima en la protección marina. En Ecuador, nosotros con el IDB está cofinanciando la infraestructura de agua y de salud que hemos enviado 130,000 personas que capturan esas emisiones del 30%. Estos no son unos ejemplos, son prueba que el Banco de Desarrollo no solamente están ahí, son jugadores multiestratégicos que tienen unos capitales a largo plazo donde los mecanos toman esto y movilizan esos financiamientos y podemos tener unos estándares altos que protegen la comunidad en el medio ambiente. Y nosotros sabemos que esta escala, y sabemos todo esto, que América Latina contribuye menos del 5% de las emisiones de CO2 globales y confronta este daño del clima, más de 1,050. Hay más de 1,050 desastres por el clima que han afectado a más de 170 millones de personas y causando más de 170 billones de dólares en pérdidas. Para ser resilientes, la región necesita 110 a 209 billones de dólares cada año, que es entre 2 y 5% de su PIB. Hoy en día, los financiamientos que están relacionados al clima en la región es el 10% de lo que se requiere. Estos bancos de desarrollo presentan un 2,8% de toda esta deuda o asuntos de deuda sostenibles. La deuda es todo, pero aquí tenemos muchas oportunidades. Esa es la razón por qué este Banco de Inversión Europeo está comprometido para duplicar este financiamiento a 30 billones de dólares entre el 2026 y el 2030, manteniendo el 50% de todos nuestros financiamientos globales dedicados a acciones ambientales y climáticas. Y hemos visto estas metas en sí. La única forma que podemos multiplicar el impacto es a través de una cooperación más fuerte con Europa y los bancos con su indicación de cofinanciamiento, asistencia técnica y poder compartir el pipeline de los proyectos. El mensaje es muy sencillo. Los bancos públicos son los catalistas de este tema para que sean escalables y justos. Debemos acelerar y no detenernos, coordinar y no competir, financiar este transporte y no la fragmentación. Y el llamado a la acción es claro. Ayúdenos a escalarnos y unir estas iniciativas en estas puertas y alinear nuestros estándares y nuestros pipelines y nuestros instrumentos para traer ese capital público privado para poder cumplir con estos desafíos y ayúdenos que el CELAC y el EU no solamente estén alineados históricamente, pero también capaces de entregar unos proyectos reales con sus beneficios para las personas reales. El Banco de Inversión Europeo está listo con la inversión de Europa para ser unos socios a largo plazo con América Latina a través de las políticas públicas y las visiones gubernamentales y públicas también. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, Vice President. Welcome. Like I said, this session is special. We're going to create a panel, and I have moderated, which is Alan Human, the Vice President of the Latin America and the French Agency for Development, who is here with us already. Welcome. And quickly, we're going to name the panelists who are very nice. The CEO of the Ecuadorian Development Bank, Maris of the Fenditer, Rodrigo Madrazo, CEO of IBEF Management Company, and Gabriel Ferpeto, Vice President of Finances from the European Caribbean Bank. And we also have Ramiro Lopez Gil, the rep for Inter-American Bank for Development. Without further ado, the floor is yours. All right, good afternoon. I apologize. I will introduce myself afterwards. Dordan, I'm sorry. Good afternoon to all, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to begin by giving you some good news. It is the last panel, and we're very close to the cocktail. So this is the first message. To thank the organizers for, especially the European Union, the Republic of Colombia, obviously, and DILACAF and Santa Marta for holding this forum that is quite interesting, quite long for today, but with many good shared ideas. And this is an honor and a pleasure. So I would like to introduce myself, Alan Imen. I work for the French Agency for Development. For those who do not know, what is the ICDB? It is the development bank that belongs to the French government. We are present in the 4 continents, and we have a network of 115 agencies in the world to accompany all these matters in every country, funding projects in the public sector. I'm going to introduce my colleagues afterwards who are here in the panels and my financial partners that are accompanying us, but also to have a space to highlight the role of the development banks, of the financial institutions of both continents. We have spoken a lot today about several sectors, but perhaps we would like to give you very concrete examples or straightforward examples, and to speak about different things like the role of the role of the banks play, and give you financial instruments as well that are innovative. Not to forget the environmental, social matters that I believe we all share. The fact that we fund projects that are sustainable in the matters of environments and social ones, just to follow the green transition, or the green fair transition, and also to speak of the alliances and cooperation, because the challenge is that the amount of the sustainable infrastructure is huge, and that only the public resources that we have from the government of this country, but also from the banks, are not enough, given that we must catalyze the private funding. And we must have some examples in the panel, some examples of challenges and opportunities to establish what we're saying, and to also conclude the perspectives that we're going to be speaking about the future under the matters of how we can act between now and 2030. We know that there are some challenges that are short-term, but also midterm, and we must organize ourselves amongst ourselves through also among Europeans and our colleagues from Latin America. I would like to Well, before I begin the questions, I would like to give you the number of what the public financial institutes represent in the world. We created several years ago. Well, we created a group of the 500 public banks for development in the world. The majority of them are located in Latin America, and these 500 banks are gathering every 2 years to speak about all these matters. In 2023, they gather in Cartagena de las Indias, and this year in the city of Cape Town in South Africa. And the number is that these 500 banks for development are funding 10% of the investments in the world. Of all the investments that are being done in the world, the power that together that we can have together to help all the demand in the sustainable matters, which is the matter that we're holding here in the panel. I've spoken a lot. I am going to begin to introduce and to know a little bit on what is the specific role of the public development banks in the sustainable infrastructure funding, and how this role can also help us have a better public finance. And in your banks, if you have defined a specific strategy just to attack or tackle this challenge. Just to tell you a little bit of the panel, I'm going to do the same question to my peers. Let's see if they answer the same thing, and this will be a surprise. Carlos, can you begin? All right. For the development bank, the priority is not to increase the funding, but to fund better. For the development bank in Ecuador, the funding of the infrastructure of the public projects is not just a credit operation, but it is public policy instruments, which its purpose is not just to increase the coverage of the basic services, but also to fight the poverty in an efficient way and the lack of opportunities in an efficient way. In this sense, paraphrasing the microeconomies and the destiny of the direct foreign investments, we are not just staying behind with the push factors that can be the global gateway or the different options for mixed funding and the emission of these bonuses and the guarantee and the friendly credit from Europe with the good conditions that we have received the Latin American banking. And we have centered on the pull factors of what the development bank should be like in Ecuador. And the first thing that we did was to break the credit concentration in the largest local governments. How? By changing the methodology of the quota for debt and introducing econometric model, some variables that are related to poverty, to the unemployment, and the social vulnerabilities, to the effect of being a lot more lax with those who need the most. A second element, the credit by nature has to be anticipated, not procyclical. And this is a lot more relevant in a dollarized economy like the one we have in Ecuador, and in the same methodology for the debt quota through the permanent entries of this average incomes at a long term. We're aiming at the anticipation of this credit, now contributing to instrumentation of monetary policies in this sense. Now, we have also opted for the completeness of this financial markets. This on its way, which can be a revolution in a fiscal policy in a country that has a fiscal deficit with high public debt, which is the parametric insurances. We would like to generate some insurance for such public job, which is more vulnerable to all these natural disasters. When we see a flood or when we see a landslide, it's a great problem, not only for the municipality and the local government, but also for the central government, because the Ministry of Finance has to generate some extraordinary incomes. And this is a way that we call the completeness of the financial markets that complements emergency markets, that is to activate credits or loans in days or hours, not with the same financial processes, but also seeking in our friendly neighbor countries this rigorous thing around the emergencies. And as economists, I am concerned about that
gobiernos locales también contribuyen.
But also it actually contributes to the fiscal deficit. And now that we have this price inspection, but we don't actually punch those that made it bad, but actually we actually generate this type of stratification given the added value, and then there's some stochastic barrier. So with them within similar peers, and in that way we rank the local governments. So it was only 2 weeks ago that we actually awarded those governments that actually had the greatest collection levels among different and peers governments for their said purchase until finding the most sensitive variable. So with that, we actually awarded the local governments, and this is one of the best tools that we have, because we're actually giving the signals of those that does this, and those that didn't win, they start asking themselves, what can I do for being part of that list? We also have better criteria for the evaluation of projects. And for example, we had values that were assessed in the same manner, 2 or 3 million, and then they were approved in the same way. So it's also good to have the criteria for improving this, and so for the prioritization of projects. So whenever we have these projects like this, we start thinking, or the prioritization that is given to certain cities, for example, I don't want to have the crowdfunding for public investment, and it should be an in-crowding. And in this case, we're talking with the different commission production chambers. What are the projects? To know what are the projects that are kind of a stop because there's some sort of lack of public infrastructure by the local governments, and it's the authority the one that chooses, but not anymore. But it's the productive sector, it's the private sector the one that says this infrastructure is missing. For example, the drinking water for building a hotel, just to give you an example. We are actually complementing this with the private investment, and of course, and there are certain loans for the import projects for the agricultural products with green seals, and for example the rural products, and all this actually give this information for allocating this type of credits. And as for the private thing, so I think that this is not excluding for part of the public investment. So we have actually made the PPPs to be part of it, and also the emission of thematic bonds. Many of you maybe have thought of maybe buying this because it is only for 3 months or maybe 6 months, and the stock change, like many of the European banks and also the development banks can actually be like the anchoring buyers. So thank you very much for the advertising of the future to come. And as for the IDB, but actually I got lost. I don't know what's the question about. So what's the specific role of a bank such as IDB for the financing sustainable infrastructure, and how does the IDB to catalyze private investments? So I don't want to disagree with Carlos, but I do think that it's quite important to, as he said, to increase the efficiency of the impact of the investment, but we do need to increase in terms of the volumes of investment. So we are a region that grows just a little bit, and when we have low prices, the region does not grow. So here we need to increase our productivity, and for that we need a lot of infrastructure investments, and also that's a key element for increasing the productivity. So we need to have a more investment and also more productivity. And also here, as Carlos said, the banks have a very important role here to prioritize the resources, but also to have better projects. And also when we have the design of this project, we can execute it in time and in a good way. So when we think of the public banking, so we don't only talk about infrastructure as such, but also we need to see how we can actually increase its impact when we talk about the sustainability, environmental aspects, and also inclusion. So the importance that this has in the communities with the different major offices that we work with. And this is very determinant to say or to think that having green jobs, it's very important how to actually to start integrating this green infrastructure, and of course all the people that can insert into the market. That's something that is up to the criteria that is being requested. And of course, here we have a certain social and environmental aspects in order to ensure that this investment actually goes together with the care of the communities and the environment. And of course, that is sustainable over time. It's not only to have the investment, but also to have it over time. Those are crucial elements. So it's the investment, the generation of jobs and to the communities, and of course it's strengthening the capacities. What the development bank does, and of course we work together with the local banks such as Findeter. So we want to increase the capacity, so in that way we can actually cover more territory and also strengthen the communities together with the social partnering banks. No one knows better the preferences than the local banks. And in the case of Findeter, Colombia or the Ecuadorian bank can use this. And it's also because they are close to the preferences of the citizens and also the communication with the authorities, and we need to do that in a joint basis. That was an idea that we developed over the last 20-30 years together with the bank. The IDV has had different programs, and for example, if you see what Findeter does and what they did in the past, we see this, we have this vision, joint vision. So for example, we analyze the different environmental and social risk, and also we can do that to put it into a system to analyze this over time and the quality of the projects that we have there. Now let's talk about the financial instruments and financial models. And the question is to Dorothy and then to Rodrigo. So how do you do to mobilize the private sector and support exports? Give me some examples of what you are doing here in Latin America, Dorothy. Thank you very much for the invitation to this panel. I'm not a representative of the public development banking, but I do represent an official financial mechanism that at the end we contribute towards the same end. I work for the German Agency for Export Loan Products, and we also work together with the German government, and we support the financing of any type of commerce project, investment, infrastructure projects, every time that we have a German participation in it. And with that, we leverage or mobilize private capital. And maybe I wanted to, the question of why I'm here, and it's because last June I actually had a good agreement, and that this Seville agreement has been mentioned many times. So here we mentioned the role of the ECAs, those agencies for the export credit, and of course that we need to collaborate together and cooperate in a close manner together with the entities and the development banks. So I'm going to explain very briefly, and I'm going to give you some examples because I am not pretty sure if everyone here knows what ECA does. At the end, we actually give a warranty to a commercial bank or a collateral that is going to co-fund a project with German participation. So to that bank, we are going to give a collateral and up to 98% of the political and commercial risk. And this is a collateral from the German government. So then the rating is AAA, and of course that has a lot of benefits. First, the bank has the interest of actually entering into a transaction, so it's basically to allocate a credit, and then there is a benefit for the borrower and conditions that are better for them, let's say low rates, interest rates, and in that we can actually support the financing for 22 years and plus the construction time. So with that, we are getting closer to what the development banks can offer at the end. And just to give you a little bit of an idea of what the German ECA actually can do, we can actually be in any economic sector. We don't have a lower or an upper limit for the transaction that we want to support. We have done it for more than 75 years. Also in Latin America, we actually been here for decades ago. And also, I'd like to tell you that we, as the German ICA, we don't actually have our own funds, but we can actually give the coverage and or hedging. We can do it in Colombian pesos, Chilean pesos, and Mexican pesos. So we are working and committed to support the community here in Latin America. So we also have a federal budget of 140,000 million euros for that funding. So just to give you an example, so we're talking about infrastructure today. So as we said before, we are in any economic sector. We are talking about hospitals, social infrastructure, and also we're supporting water and sanitation projects, and any projects for power supply for the generation and also transmission of energy. And if I'm talking about Latin America, we have supported it over the last 2 years, for example, hydropower plants in Costa Rica and Ecuador, biomass plants in Brazil. And some years ago, there were different wind farms in Argentina. So we have a very big portfolio, as you can see. And of course, with that, we can support the financing of new technologies. For example, there's something that we have for green steel and ammonia and hydrogen projects. And these are through very big projects. But let me tell you two more. For us, it's very important not only to think about the financing of the import of the German capital, but also let me give you an example of a railroad project that we did with the Ministry of Transport in a country in Africa, and we actually designed a package of all this capex for the railroad that is 100% electric powered, so all the wagons and everything that is in the package, and also with a maintenance contract for over 15 years, and also together with the operation. So that is to say, the final project the package for the project to work. And we don't have a lower quantities. So whenever we're talking with a Colombian company and they want to have an investment, or maybe they want to have like for example a medium-sized company, they require to have like a 1 million machine. So for many of them, it's a very big investment. Or what I like to say, it's actually very expensive for them, and I love that expression here. But that's precisely where we want to give our support. So we support the funding and the financing, and so at the end, the SMEs companies actually can grow and also can actually carry out the economic development here. funding to the public sector, and now that we're talking about collaterals, and these are very important instruments. So now let me talk to Ramiro, and so if you can please tell us the role of the EPSI, and also how the institutions that are represented here can actually catalyze the private investments. As I know that we are running out of time, we have this type of finance, and definitely our institution has as stakeholders the different financial development institutions from Europe. And for those that are not familiar with EDFIS institutions, they have two characteristics. So first, that they are financial development institutions that are part of the state. In this case, this is a state of the European Union, which is the largest stakeholder. And it also, the second the characteristics is that these institutions are investing in the private sector. We trust the private sector as the engine or as the driver of the sustainable development. At FIS, in our case, we have 10 stakeholders. These are the financial development and banking, and from Spain and the Scandinavian countries and other countries in Europe. And with all of them, they have created in Brussels an association and a company, a hedge company called, that is basically the one that provides these services that are dedicated to mobilize the resources of the funding development banks for private funding. So as we said, we did it with the blended finance. And at this point, let me tell you that I know that this is a challenge, but also the blended company or blended finance maybe is the greatest experience that we have had over the last years. And I said this because of the size of the resources that we have now, and given that thanks to the European Union, we have more than 2,000 million euros for doing this blended finance in order to mobilize the resources of third-party institutions. And apart from the magnitude or the size of the resources, the model upon which we have actually made our activity, I think that is quite relevant. We use different types of instruments, financial instruments, for example, like in catalyzing investments, and also collaterals. In the case of collaterals, the economic or the business model is quite important, not only because of the technique as such, but also because this becomes as a network of development banks. Whenever these EDFIS banks, institutions actually identify a project that with a development impact, so they, together with their consultants, they actually request for the collateral, and also that shows an approval from the European Union as a collateral for their investments, is something that with which we try to catalyze, and this is the investment for the infrastructure sector in Latin America, and as well as for the other sectors in this region and other regions in the world. I'd like to talk about some topics that are short together, such as the collaterals and the fight against the climate change, and also the social aspect of it. So we have the fair and green transition. So whenever we finance the infrastructure, the sustainability, so it seems quite simple, but at the end, it actually makes banks to implement many procedures for that, to ensure that definitely the infrastructure is quite green and sustainable, but also containing a social component. So how have you seen this green transitioning into your mechanisms? I think that this is I'm the only Colombian here in the panel, and so let me welcome you to all of you and to all the attendants here. And of course, I see the good news with these institutions with resources for Latin America. So I think that the region needs that, and we need to make this an effort to take these benefits to the most vulnerable ones. So in FinDeter is actually the development bank for Colombia. For me, it's the most important one. So we have been here for a long time, but over the last 2 or 3 years, we have implemented a strategy first to reach the most vulnerable municipalities in Colombia. And for that, we actually tripled the objectives and the goals for my commercial team. And we have had good results from that, because out of the 3.5 million pesos that we have, 1,000 million pesos that we have and allocated, it's not that we only reach like the most complicated zones, because we were asked and we were actually funding the private sector. So 45% it goes for the public and 55 goes to the private. We go to the poorest municipalities, not only to offer financing, but also to help them, because they don't have the capacity to structure projects or to structure the credit as such. So we support them and we offer this to them. And just to answer the question to what we mentioned to the environmental management, we have worked together with the IDB, and as in relation to the environmental and social risk management, it's a leader in Colombia, and this strategy thanks to the collaboration with the IDB, and of course, like 60% of the disbursements that we have made in 2025, 85% of it has the SARLAV mark. So of course, we still have a lot of things to do, and I especially agree that the Cape W and that are here. And we are working all together in a system for the green portfolio labeling, and we had a bid for that, and it's about to close. It will be a very innovative model that will contain AI, and that will allow us to see this portfolio. And we're very excited because we actually see the evidence of the standards that we are looking for. So we are working in every front. So in that way, we can be more responsible with the environment and with the people. Thank you very much, Juan Carlos. I understand that the green. What is the strategy for becoming a green bank by 2030? Could you please tell us a little bit more? So thank you very much, and thank you to all of the ones that are here, and of course the ones that have been following us during the social media networks. And just to give you a little bit of example, and of course, now that you mentioned the development banks, and of course the multilateral banks such as the IDB and CAF and others. For me, in order to have an impact in this scale, I think that is definitely to know how to do it, and here the sustainable green aspect of it, and also its scalability. Here at CAV, our shareholders are mainly from the region. 95% are coming from countries in our region, and 5% comes from the European countries such as Spain and Portugal. But as you can see, most of it comes from Latin America, out of which have provided a great capital. But let's say more than 80% of the resources come from countries that are out of the region, and this is where we have like a surplus in terms of savings in the public sector, but also in the private sector. 70% of our funding happens through bonds in different categories, from private investors, of course, and also from funds coming from the European Union. So how do we channel these resources? Our role is precisely to close these gaps, and as we have many investors and many times they are not open to take any risk for the project, for the currency, or sometimes even, for example, they cannot meet the deadlines that are set, and also the climate risk. And the role of a bank such as CAF is precisely to close these gaps and be a bridge between the resources of the investors at the international level towards our region and in the projects in it. So how do we actually make this bridge? And it's through a series of instruments. I'm going to mention some of them. So first, through thematic bonds. So we issue these blue thematic bonds, and we have done it for many years. But we are not only the issuer, but also the investors. We are also investing in thematic customer bonds. Just recently, last week, we invested as an anchoring investor in the major hall or the major office of Bogota for sustainable mobility projects in the city. And this is another example of how this actually works from the liability and also the asset side of the bank. So another derivative of this is the thematic bonds, and these are called like sustainable link bonds, and this offers a premium, and also there's some sort of penalty fee for in the market. We work with a premium, and we actually issue these bonds for those that are with very specific projects that has these environmental and social components. We did a transaction with the government of Mexico where there was an environmental and social component, and if these two indicators are actually met, so we are going to have a premium, or let's say a reduction of the interest rate. So this is another instrument that we use. So I have also mentioned the collateral. This is a very powerful tool to close these risk gaps with the market. And of course, everything that we have done, we have said it during the panels in the day, for example, the debt swap for nature or green debt swaps. So I'm not going to go into detail for that because we don't have enough time. But also there's another powerful instrument, which is the one that has to do with the climate mitigation risk management. So here we have certain kind of provisions, and with that we can defer payments whenever we have a catastrophe. So, for example, it was not our case, but for example, it happens with the hurricane that just hit Jamaica, and it has a catastrophe bond. And for example, in this case, they won't pay the $115,000 million that are going to be dedicated now to the reconstruction of the country. We also have these concession amounts. This is something that we consider that is very powerful to do, because in order to give incentives for the climate projects, you need to actually to give these concession amounts. It's not that every project is going to work as such. Then we need to have like a concessional interest rate, and we also have out of balance instruments. We have an asset management company, and it's been for 10 years working, and that's called CAFAN. And we had private investment vehicles in which there's a seed investment, and then it channels the investments from the private sector. We have done it in Colombia and Uruguay, and we have started doing this in other countries such as Costa Rica. This is a long-term infrastructure project in local currency. Thank you, Gabriela, but I think that we're running out of time, so I'm going to go directly to the last question for all of you. So now that we talk about the long-term future expectations, just to imagine what is going to be the relationship between the banks and the financial institutions in order to cover the demand. And now that we have more than 500 banks included in the finance fix, as all of them are part of this group list. Do you have an idea how we can start working with the European banks and with the different Latin American institutions? So in that way, we can be able to cover the supply and the demand that comes from the local governments, from public and private companies. Do you have any ideas? In just 1 minute, this is a challenge. I think that the experience shows us that we work quite well when it comes to co-financing and the distribution of the funds in the global economy. Of course, is going to create a distribution of the resources in Latin America, and in this case, we need to build some sort of alliance in the technical part of it, having a joint methodologies and analysis of root causes, and let's say like the translation of the different practices in the project. So I think that it could be a really good role to start sharing with the different banks in Latin America and Europe.
About this big platform to share experiences, to have good practices, joint framework, and spillovers. When you innovate, the banks will adapt that instrument, for instance, guarantee, bonds, and others. For a bank to start, then would do a follow-up. You start, and then the rest will follow. That's how the path starts, and then follows with infrastructure. Is there space in Latin America? For many spaces, there's work to do. In the case of infrastructure, we work along. In the case of the subway Bogota, we're working, and we started with infrastructure, with CIF, with the World Wide Bank. And from there on, we see this is going to be the path for many works, as this one, which has a big size. Also with the Development Bank, what we talked today about strengthening capabilities, knowing the territory, local territories, and from there on, the banks can even increase the capital, and with the new instruments to have leverage and also increase platforms. Thank you. If we talk about the comparison, would be two things. One, co-funding. I believe we have good experiences, but we want more, actually. We are working with trade banks, especially international, but we want to compare with you, with the local banks and the development local banks, so we can reassure and also be direct partners of that coverage. And second, global gateway. All the European export agencies have signed a MOE saying that they want to collaborate in the global gateway agenda and have an active platform, or 440 million of euros. We want to support CIF as well. Rodrigo, we haven't heard or said the word global gateway until now. Well, we're in the business forum of the European Union and the Latin American and the Caribbean community states, and I believe I'm optimistic in regards to the financial relationships. I quoted before, the company has 2 million of concessional resources that are given by the European Commission. What I did not say is of what is the part that is allocated to Latin America. 150, 77%. This is due the European Commission have focused on those areas, especially in Africa, Looking to the future, I'm saying I'm very optimistic, and I believe the relationship is going to be even better. We're going to have more opportunities. First of all, in the international scenario of fragmentation that we have, we cannot forget that Latin America, Caribbean, and the European Union share many things: values, democratic values, language, culture. In Spain, we have more than 1 million Latin American that are within the security social system. So we need to empower those political relationships. Second of all, that I'm optimistic in this technique that I've mentioned in the countries where the needs are stronger, those that are impacted by the conflict, that have low income, very low income, it's not working well, because blending finance is to increase the risk or to increase the return of the investment. But if you do not take this, it's not going to work. In some countries in Africa, it's happening. But in Latin America, because of medium income countries, it's working well. And the important is how we're going to do it. I believe all financial relationships need to be based on a win-win focus in alignment of benefits. I believe this is the European brand and also the Global Gateway brand. So what we want is to run away from colonialism anyways and bet on the basic recipe, which is the perfect balance between the actors that determine return, risk, and before everything, the impact. Juan Carlos, I think it's evident that the worldwide banks with time have been trusting in the Latin American region, and we celebrate this. We have been doing alliances with several banks, the Development French Agency that I thank, with BBVA, and I know we have been working in the standards that existed before and that has helped in the region. So we can do even more, and I'm going to put another example with the cooperation with IDB. We made an alliance along with them, and we established a methodology for a bank of projects. So went to the Pacific region that was impacted, in the Guajira region. We established a methodology, and with that, I did Amazon that I'm about to launch, and I also did Caribbean region without the bank. You taught me, so we continue on it. And the coffee region, so that give us an amount of projects that don't have funding, that are about to be financed, but perhaps the local authorities that don't have this in the map. So we gave this to the local bank to finance it. So anyone that could want to have this instrument can contact, and will be a public instrument. I'm about to finish. With the European Union and with the different institutions, national development banks, CAW, the multilateral bank, we have excellent relationships. Even with the private investors, are by far the great number of investors, the biggest buyers of green funds, are the center of that investment base, and have been the third part of our funding, and it's received in euros. So we have an intense relationship. Perhaps we should work more in insurance concessional resources, because we cannot just think about the big infrastructure projects with the best corporation credits for countries, but also to lower the credit scale. We have an important project. So it is a bet, and I believe we need also support from the European Development Bank. I believe we're going to finish with those words. Thank you to the panelists. Thank you, everybody. I'm going to ask you, we're going to wrap up with the mayor of Santa Marta and with the head of ProColombia, and they're asking for you to sit in the front, the ones that are in the door, to come in. Let's also have the official picture on this side. Thank you. Many thanks. I will appreciate the ones that are going to sit in the front, the first rows. We know it has been a long journey. We are in the wrap-up, and we're going to have high authorities that will be in this closing. Let me remind the journey for tomorrow. We have the presentation of LEVA report, and after that we have after this you have a cocktail waiting immediately, so no one will leave. I will be right back. No, there's a cocktail immediate, so we can continue talking. Can you confirm to me if the mayor of Santa Marta is ready? Perfect, I can see him. Please come to the stage. And I'm going to thank the presence of the mayor, Dr. Carlos Pinedo Cuello, who's going to wrap up, give the final remarks in this entrepreneurial forum of Latin America, the Caribbean, and the European Union. Then we have Carmen Caballero, the head of ProColombia, who is going to be in this closing as well. There's a tablet. Someone left this here. Where's the owner of this? Happened like the glasses. The tablet seems to be more attractive then. While we prepare the stage, we thank for your patience, for the long journey that we have had, but also very interesting. I know many people have taken away important experiences of what has happened in this entrepreneurial forum. Without further ado, we are ready to listen to the mayor of Santa Marta, Dr. Carlos Alberto Pinedo Cuello, that in this city have hosted, and I know many people have come for the first time and are in love. Welcome, Mayor. Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. I want to start by greeting especially the ones that are in the city of Santa Marta, here, the heart of the world, to all the government, national government team, Carmen Caballero, head of ProColombia, Juan Carlos Muniz, president of Findeter, to the representatives of the European Union, IDB, European Investment Bank, as well as the other representatives of multilateral organizations. Dear Sergio Díaz-Granados from the distance, special greetings to you and all the working team of CIF, Silvia Medina of the Chamber of Commerce. Dear friends, it's an honor for Santa Marta to be the host of this important event. During these days, we have shared ideas, experiences, and common purposes that join us around cooperation, integration, and sustainable development of the regions. To all of you that will come back to your countries, I want to thank for trusting in Santa Marta, for have walking in our paths, felt our wind, and felt the warmth of our people. That's why I want to talk about this paradise, Santa Marta, the most beautiful bay of the world, where Sierra Nevada meets Caribbean city. It has everything: history, nature, culture, and unique location that makes it a privileged destination for investment and sustainable tourism. Around that natural and cultural enrichment, I want to highlight very respectfully to our big brothers, the communities that are in the Nevada hill of this sacred side, that they inspire the way we understand respect for life and development. This year, Santa Marta has welcomed more than 1 million foreigners attracted by its beauty, its hospitality. Our goal is to continue growing with responsibility and planning. From this administration, we work so each visitor can find a more organized, cleaner, more modern, and with better services. We bet for Santa Marta that would combine economical development and environmental preservation, that would protect the ecosystems, but also give opportunities for their people. We have a clear vision to consolidate Santa Marta as the capital of sustainable tourism of the Colombian Caribbean, a reference point on how diversity, culture, and transformation can provide well-being. To achieve this, we're pushing strategic projects in infrastructure, mobility, connectivity, water, and health sanitation that would guarantee quality life and a balanced development. From the mayor's office, we made a big effort working along with the government of President Gustavo Petro to guarantee security and logistics of this summit as well. I want to say thanks especially to the Chancellorship of Colombia that during weeks worked in our city, working with the district team each detail. I want to recognize to CAF, Latin American Caribbean Development Bank, for being a strategic ally of Santa Marta, supporting with investments that push connectivity, competitiveness, and the transformation of our city. I want to talk as a Samaritan that is valuing its city. And that's why I want for you to have this city in your investments, in your development agendas. Before wrapping up, I would like to invite you to see the file that we have for each of you. In the back of it, you will find the investment attraction guide that combines opportunities, strategic projects, and sectors with the best growth potential in our city. This guide, it's an invitation to invest, believe, and build together the future Santa Marta, to the multilateral bank, to the international organizations, to the friendly countries and the companies that we have today. Feel secure that Santa Marta is open to the world. A city that extends its hand, has a competitive project, and it's an inclusive and sustainable city. After 500 years of history, Santa Marta is initiating a new stage, transformation stage. I would like to invite you to continue believing in this sacred land blessed by the sea and the mountain, because when Santa Marta grows, Colombia advances. Thank you very much. God bless all of you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We want to thank Dr. Carlos Alberto Pinedo Cuellos for giving the space in his agenda and wrapping up this entrepreneurial forum in this beautiful city. Once again, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I want to give the floor to Carmen Caballero, head of ProColombia, that will be speaking to us. Please. Good afternoon, good evening, almost wrapping up the day. I thank all of you for being here for this closing. Thank you for being here. We have had a strong journey, meetings. Thank you for being here, all entrepreneurs, investors from Europe as well as Latin America countries. I thank to the mayor very much, host of Santa Marta, that has welcomed us, to all of us, making a big effort to show what this city, which is the heart of the world, as we say, it's a beautiful city. We have the Sierra, we have the sea, and we have a big capability. I'm also Samarian, so it moves some things so we can develop the city that was the start of Colombia, the oldest city. So it's important to continue developing, all of us. We thank CELAC, the European Commission, CAF, IDB, entrepreneurs, representatives of multilateral organizations that are here with us in this dialogue and opportunity space. Santa Marta, it's a city with port, energetic, and touristic vocation that combines the world. From this side, we had historical commercial routes. It's also a scenario to talk about commerce, sustainability, integration between Latin America, European, and the Caribbean, as all of you know. The Entrepreneurial Forum for Latin America and the European Union have united more than 300 entrepreneurs and leaders of more than 20 countries with the purpose of strengthening the economic cooperation, identifying new investment projects, and promoting participation of our SMEs in the global chain of value, following Petro's line to make the internationalization of our entrepreneurial fabric. Colombia is attracting big impact projects and sustainable projects, have given the capital for cooperate with European Union cooperation companies and projects, green business, electric mobility, hydrogen, being a strategic partner of energetic transition and climate change. We have pushed the design and the structure of platform country that will implement projects for funding and production of what Colombia is. Our purpose is the commitment of the government of President Gustavo Petro for it to get to the territories aligned with the topics that we've discussed in this forum today. That means that we will have more global opportunities, that we are connecting producers of our Caribbean and Pacific regions, Andean, also the Andean region with Europe and the Caribbean. And also, it's to prioritize in the government and not just to increase the export, but also transform local economies, is to generate formal employment, attract sustainable investments, attract tourism, and strengthen competitiveness of the region. Santa Marta represents a territorial vision. Its touristic and convention vocation, as in the forum, 2024 to 2025, the ProColombia management allowed to attract 25 events that gather more than 3,000 attendants of countries like United Kingdom, Argentina, Spain, the US, and we had the second form of sustainable economy that is inclusive. The cruiser of Santa Marta went to more than 5,000 passengers from 23 to 2024 and more than 15,900 visitors in the 2024-2025 season. The cruisers through the Magdalena River that are part of Magdalena, that include this cruise, 3 departments of Magdalena, Atlántico, and Bolívar, have been one of the projects for us right now in the government most attractive to show our richness and the diversity that we have in our countries. Those are the cruise through the Magdalena River in energetic transition. Participation of clean energies went from less than 2% in 2022 to 13.8 in 2025. Part of this investment is European. So want to invite you to continue seeing us and being this strategic alliance, Colombia, with Latin America. Well, Colombia is a country with many possibilities, many future, as the representatives of the European companies know, many of them, and also in the Caribbean and Latin America. So from ProColombia, we are aligned with this vision. We continue moving forward in the internationalization of the Colombian fabric, and we want for nature to continue advancing and to progress. Welcome, all of you. There is a part that is being launched by the Mayor's Office of Santa Marta, which is the Investment Attraction Guide 2040. It is important. I also lived in Europe, so I'm pro-Europe as well. When I get to Colombia, one of the things that we detected in my team that I detected is that we need to have future projects, not just to do a hotel in one area and one terrain. This is a platform that has an organization to have an investment and organize a territory in the future. So thank you, all of you, for coming. Continue doing business. We have beautiful landmarks. It will connect us all. But let's continue having this territory, which is Latin America. We will be united from South America, Caribbean, and it has been built by European Union, so we can also continue this South Con towards the Europe, which we have many European descendants. So thank you for being here tonight, and let's continue moving forward with our forum, and let's conclude. Let's have this important business for the region and for all of you. Thank you very much, and good night. Many thanks to Carmen Caballero, head of ProColombia, for taking the space in her agenda and wrapping up this entrepreneurial forum. Thank you very much to all of you, the panelists, moderators, participants, everyone, for these valuable contributions. We have generated depth, discussions, concrete proposals that will increase and strengthen this cooperation between Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you, all of you, for the ones that have attended. It was a pleasure to be with you today. I would like to invite you now to go to a cocktail, which is going to be in the beach club of the hotel. So you don't have to go anywhere. We're going to take the stress out now. We're going to have more time. And thank you, Mayor, for hosting us in this beautiful city. Thank you very much to all of you.